name is Eric, and I am the host of Talking with Famous People. Oh, see. Oh, see. So I decided to live stream here this evening and title it The Present, Past, and Future. Why? Well, hi, Electric 476. Because I've been watching sites. You thought I passed? No. Why would I have passed? I was watching Sidetrack Adventures with Steve, and he goes and looks at old ghost towns and historic places where stuff happened in the past and stuff. Made me feel a sense of, I guess, mild existential terror. Because these people who lived not that super long time ago, and he visited this one graveyard where, like, all of their graves have been forgotten about, basically, and just kind of dissolved back into the desert. It was. The lady's fine.
Hi.
She's right there.
I'll be joining you guys soon.
She says she'll be joining us soon. How are you, Electric 476? Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, Jonathan Arl. Got myself a water here. I'm gonna take an acid pill. Feeling a little bit of stomach acid in my stomach/chest area. Living life, huh? I hear that's one of the best things to do with life. All right, let's go smoke a cigarette. I'm feeling a little stomach acidy. I get heartburn, as they call it. I don't call it heartburn myself. Hi, Red Zphos. I am having a good day, yes, and we are living blessed lives. Yes. So your hope and reality are the same thing. So it is also the possibility that I may have another poop in me. I pooped already twice today, though. So maybe I have another poop in me, though. Hi, Tito Cruz. Everything's fine, yeah. You want to bum a cigarette? Sure. I'm going to light it for you. I hope I didn't moisten the tip too much for you. Here you go. Hello, Deadpool. How are you? What a pleasure to see you here. We could walk around a little bit. Give us a little bit more of an exciting view than just this. Am I okay? Yes, I'm just fine. How are you? You're from France, huh? Well, welcome, France. I'm from America. Elijah, she already got the poll earlier today. Did I eat something tomato-based today? No, I had a lot of coffee. We haven't been back there since the last time we went. I'm not sure when that was. Why do I do this? Why do I live stream? I just enjoy it. I like answering people's questions, including questions like that. And I like chatting with my internet friends. You know, a lot of people here are regular type people, like come regularly. Hi, Camia. Not a whole hell of a lot, just outside smoking a cigarette, walking around a bit. But it's kind of the wrong time of day to walk around. You're an OG. Hi, hi, Acacia. Xander. I live with my wife. I live here with my wife, and I have a daughter who lives in Los Angeles. Yes, the stream's free to watch, of course. Normally, I don't have a lot of new people coming around here, although this evening it seemed to start off with a bit of a burst. Any lakes nearby? There is a little lake near here that's just down the street a bit, but I've never actually tried to fish there. Yeah, one of the biggest regulars, of course, are the ums are everywhere family. You're not being mean. It's hard to express with text. I didn't think you were being mean. It's a perfectly fine question to ask. The answer is no, I'm not lonely. And part of the reason why I'm not lonely is because I do a lot of my socializing here on this YouTube channel, you know. So I suspect if it were just my wife and I living out here all by ourselves with no YouTube channel, then we'd probably get a little bit lonesome. But you know, we go into town periodically and we're friends with the neighbors and we've got a YouTube channel, so plenty of entertainment for me. The older I get, also, the less socializing I think I need. You know, there's plenty of little fun activities I can do around here, which I frequently do engage in. But sooner or later, I'm going to have to get a job. No, I don't do a lot of fapping. The neighbors know about, yeah, they've been on the channel before, or the lady has anyway. I don't know if I'm a knobhead or not. What qualifies as a knobhead? Chicken jockeys. Deadpool needs a wife. No, we're not swingers. Thank you very much. We have a normal, regular, old, traditional relationship. You know, a perfectly happy marriage. They don't think it's kind of weird. No, she's actually quite excited about it. Well, it's not nighttime yet. It's just getting to be sunset, you know? And it's just past sunset. No, I'm not Walter White. You should stop telling other people what they should do, Elijah. That's funny. I'm real. Can't dispute it effectively, but I am a real person. I don't think you're not a real person. I never considered you unreal. You went to school with Candace? I did not go to school with Candace that I know of. Oh, you like the balls? That's what I call them too. I don't know what else you'd call them. These little balls here. If you were making music right now, can you sing the Code Nemo if you know? I don't know that song, the Code Nemo. The last Candace Nuts Foot. Huh? I understand the concept of what you're going for in some sense, but Matagalpa. Hi, Matagalpa. Hi, Argentina. Welcome to California, America. Hi, Eggzen. Squiggles to you too. You know, squiggle squaggle. It's been a few days since last I streamed, which maybe has something to do with the amount of traffic YouTube's throwing my direction. How about them Dallas Cowboys? How about them Dallas Cowboys? I don't know. How about them? It's not football season. Love from the Netherlands. Well, love right back at you. Feyenoord Rotterdam from California, United States of America. How many days since I rock and rolled? Well, turns out, Acacia, that it's been a long time, been a long time, been a long, lonely, 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 lonely time. That's how long it's been since I rock and rolled. Is that long enough? Serious question. America had a DOP in place for goods manufactured in China, but it carries the same weight as objects manufactured in Poland. The yield is minimal. Well, I don't think very many people in the country, certainly I don't, approve of his ridiculous taxes against imports. Somebody already asked that question, Curtis Miller. Not everybody with a beard is Walter White. Some of us, like me, for example, are not Walter White. I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave you guys with Rachel here while I go to the restroom.
Hi, everyone. I'm watching Girls right now. Hey, Show Media. Hello. I'm Rachel, his wife. I've been here before, Elijah. Hola, Acacia. Good evening, Son Zonder. Has anyone here watched the show Girls? Thanks, Winston's mom. Did you like the poll earlier? I didn't see it, Elijah. Yeah, it's a HP laptop. I'm not that high, Archer. Cool, you did? Show me, I'm rewatching it right now, and it's like the characters are so terrible. They're so like does that really does Girls really show like who like how millennials lived? Oh, you did, Acacia. No, Mark. No, Xingfu. Nerdy skinny guy. Ray, the guy who was the manager of Grumpy's. When I watched it at the time that it came out, I was like, oh my gosh, this is totally like, it's how millennials talk, it's how millennials act uh in life, like there's still chips in them. Thank you though for the command. Thank you, Elijah. But so at the time of first watching Girls, I thought Adam was like a fucking weirdo. I never liked Adam in the beginning. I don't know how I felt about him as it went on. Rewatching it, I still think he was like a weirdo in the beginning, but I'm like seeing maybe growth in him, but I don't see growth in the main character Hannah, and like Marnie's so ugh. I don't know what you said, lunatic Sankey Jeeb. like physically look like her. I've heard that someone from Australia that I talked to on a like a like a therapy. I don't know what that means, lunatic. Really, show media. That's funny. I can see that. I think Lena Dunham's character Hannah is a 6 personality, but she is so selfish. She's so selfish. Uh, and like I think I always thought that she was selfish, but I thought that the show represented millennials in like a good way. So is Jemima Kirk. Jemima Kirk, who plays Jessa, she's a Taurus also. And they're very different. And I don't think Lena Dunham and Jemima Kirk are like Eric. Yeah, Jemima Kirk is a Taurus also. I think they're both Taurus tigers. Jemima Kirk and uh, Lena Dunham have known each other for a long time. But yeah, like if like this show, yeah, I was in New York at the time, at the moment too. I didn't live in Brooklyn, and I like only went to Brooklyn, like where they were, like once or twice. Uh, and but it did feel very like relatable in a way. Like I couldn't stop watching. Um, but if I don't want people to think that like to look at the show and think that that's how like millennials are.
Hi, Rahman.
Oh man, Keisha,
Welcome to California.
the last season, like the way that they ended it, I didn't like. I didn't like the ending at all. I thought the last episode was. I mean, the last season was not good. I'm a millennial too. That's what I mean. Like, I really hope this show doesn't represent millennials because I think it only represents like a pocket of millennials. I mean, I definitely have like left like jobs the way that they do in the show. That's Random Brown Pride Texas Ranger. Oh, that's so cool, show media. I've never watched You because when that show came out, I was dating someone who was kind of like stalkerish, who like so I didn't watch it. It was too close to home. Sorry to hear that. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
That's what I wanted to call him too.
No, I haven't, cause like the stalker character in it reminded me too much of someone. We should make a millennial show. Me, you, Ruben, show media. I said show media. She did a fine job of it. The character does grow by the end. It's just, I don't know. She just fucking does weird shit, Lena Dunham.
What really happened to Anne Hesh? That's what I want to know. Have you heard about the
Oh yeah,
conspiracy theories about that?
No.
Well, I guess she died in a car crash.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it's like she crashed into somebody's house, right? But apparently she wasn't under the entire, and she wasn't intoxicated at all. And apparently there's a video where they show her being put into a body bag, and like you can see her reach out of the body bag, and they put her back in and zip it up or something. Apparently, this is based on a video I saw
Oh
last
my
night
god.
on YouTube. They have her on various cameras speeding down the street until she crashed into someone's yard. Yes, they do have that. She crashed into someone's garage, I think it was. I'm not a boomer, Electric 475.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a Gen Xer on the show, Ray's Gen X. Because he's in his 30s when,
Well, the thing that's interesting is they show her speeding down the street, but they also, you can hear her brakes squealing, which is interesting.
So weird.
Yes, I watch baseball, Magic Johnson.
Maybe Ellen has something to do
That's
with it.
that's what I think too.
Because I think Ellen is pretty evil.
Right, and well, if she wants to delegate some, get rid of my X task, she can do it to Diddy.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
What's your team? My baseball team. We're athletics fans.
Yeah. So
We're big athletics fans. We watch a lot. We watch like every single one of their games. And unfortunately, they've had a rough stretch the last 12 games or so.
Yeah, it's been really rough.
And we're now 11 games under 500. No, I'm not a millennial, but
No, but I'm saying Eric could be on the show about millennials because they did have a Gen Xer on the show who was a main character.
You think Diddy might be walking? I doubt it. Well, currently they're the West Sacramento Athletics. We did start out well.
We started out well. It's so.
Well, but I'm curious about that one supposed clip of video that shows her purportedly, not being dead and being put in a body bag. I don't doubt that maybe she did whatever, I mean, of course, this is the problem. If you're trying to make a case for, self-deleting, then essentially anybody who has any history of, psychological problems, then suddenly they can't get murdered anymore,
Could you mute it just for a second? Only because there's stuff. What?
Yeah, Jared's already showed me what to do.
Oh, okay, cool.
My wife's 40. It wasn't interesting at all. The neighbors just want to know if we can be the contact person for their B&B in case something should come up.
Yeah, I didn't want my neighbor's business being out there.
Yeah, so you have one of each. You have only one breakfast? That's not going to last very long, Water Runner. Too many cooks. What a ridiculous question.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous question.
Surish S said hi. Well, hello, Surish S. I will say hi in return to you. I mean, it's kind of like, it's an NI kind of ridiculousness. Concise. It's concise. It's a concise expression of ridiculousness.
Is Alec T still here? Would he like to join the millennial show?
Is he a millennial?
That's why I'm asking.
Oh. Hi, Marcus
Are you
Roth.
a millennial, Alec T? Yes, we are married.
Yes, we are married. I am married to that woman right there.
Alec T, are you a millennial?
Do I like Gavin Newsom? No.
Oh, you're a Gen Z?
We're from California.
So, like, people say that the HBO show Girls, represents the millennial lifestyle, and I think it does to a point. It shows like friendships between. It's really about friendships between girls when they're in their 20s, but I think that Lena Dunham is like incredible. But they're all so incredibly self-involved that it's like I want to make there should be like another representation of the millennials.
What about Kanye? Kanye is a horrible person.
You could be a Gen Zer on the show Alec T.
There's nothing to like about Newsom. He's not correct. He's not even an ideologue. He just goes with what he thinks is gonna be popular with his base, you know.
Acacia, you're right. She was criticized for, and she still is criticized for, the fact that they're all like really self-involved characters. They're not totally relatable to. And yeah, like that's she has been criticized for it. And I think that most people like I don't think she represented the millennial generation. I mean, like I did go through jobs like that. Like I didn't quit like she did, and I wasn't like, oh, I'm wasting my life here, but I could have. I did it silently. Yeah, exactly, Alec T. Like they on Girls they had Ray, who is a Gen Xer, kind of be like more of the like how they live. Characters were one dimensional in Sex and City, and I like Sex and City too. I like both shows. It's just that like I'm like, oh my gosh, like I feel like embarrassment, and I have to talk to Eric about it.
Everyone glossed over your question. What was your question? Weed is the best, says Austin. No, meth is, says Yes Man. I'm gonna agree with Yes Man here on this one. But you know, it's the best, but not necessarily a good idea to do it. You know. Oh well, I ignored that question because it was a dumb question. Some people say there are no such thing as dumb questions. That's a dumb statement. Then I don't like fish sticks. Okay? I don't because I don't like fish.
They're gross. Does anyone really like fish sticks? I guess some people do.
Well, it's the same thing as fish and chips fish, except it's just like a microwave version of it.
Yeah, but that's something about that. that microwave part of it that like kind of grosses me out. And then sometimes they're like soggy.
Austin, no, you shouldn't do fentanyl. Fentanyl will kill you. Meth will just turn you into a toothless tweaker.
Yeah.
There's something called redundant.
Gross, Austin Burley. I'm surprised you're even married. Talking like that. Unless you mean your wife, as in your like imaginary wife.
Well, I may remind you of the deed, but I should not remind anybody of the deed because the notion that I would abide by shit, it's just abide stuff, is completely insane. If shit's bullshit, I call bullshit on it. I don't believe in abiding bullshit. So, you know, not everybody who is chill is also a pussy like that guy. Abide. My ass. Oh, I won't abide shit.
My mom is life path 3, and you wouldn't think it.
My day's going good, Captain Vian. I hope your day's also going well. Life Path 9?
Life Path 9 are the universalists. They care about universal. They care about universal love and peace and harmony for everyone. They're also the last number, so they're apparently good at endings. They're good at ending things. They don't have problems with it. 9 is a magic number too, apparently. I don't know about happy endings, but because it's the last number, it's known for endings. Like they don't have problems ending things.
They cut off a girl's toe for nothing. I don't remember the movie that well.
Thanks, Captain Vian. I don't know, they might not be starters. Ones are starters.
Well, obviously, you regular number people don't know what it's like to be a special number like me. Square root of 2. That's my number.
9's our followers. Eric is a square root of 2. He is a life path 22.
That's different than the square root of 2. I'm life path 22. That means I'm a master builder.
He is a master builder.
Even though I'm shitty at building things.
And I'm a life path 4, and I'm boring as hell. No show media. Only when it's time. But he's a...
Alright, well, that's good to know. We now know what Brun has, everybody. Brun's ADHD has something.
Question. Thank you. Thank you, Valerie. He's a handsome man.
I'm not a carpenter.
So, a carpenter and a boring woman thought of starting a religion.
Obviously, Rachel's not a boring woman either. But I'm definitely no carpenter because I can't carpent for shit. But of course, remember this, Jesus couldn't either. That's why he had to quit carpentry and go into the preaching business.
No, only your mom does that. Socializing.
She's got a good point there, Fochiazeli, about your mom. I can't read those characters. Be they Chinese, be they Japanese, be they whatever.
I think they're Japanese. The first beginning looks Japanese.
Is that Japanese?
Yeah, I believe so.
Moshi Moshi, Ohio. And what else? Stressimasu. Stressimasu. That's excuse me. So desu ka. Wakarimashita.
Oh, see, they're responding.
Yeah, maybe that is Japanese. I don't know.
Ohio.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
that means good morning.
Oh, Ohio.
Yeah, but they also have other ways of greeting people, and then the real and like in America we might mistakenly think that the way to say so like thank you very much is domo arigato. That's not correct. Domo is like thanks maybe, but if you say arigato hasaimasu, let's say thank you very much. I don't know why.
So then why did the song?
I don't know why Styx did that with that song.
Hmm.
I guess because domo arigato has more of a musical quality to it,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I watch a lot of anime, shit tons of anime. That's why I speak those words in Japanese that I do speak, which is just like not very many.
It's interesting though that like I've seen enough Japanese, Korean, and Chinese writing that I can tell the difference between the three.
I'm a cheerleader, a cult leader, a pond landscaper, and a master debater. Anime, that's Rachel.
Anime? Who's anime? Oh, anime. Oh, anime. Anime, like the cartoons. Japanese cartoons. Acacia, literally, he figured out how much anime weighs and how much his average poop weighs, and that's literally a shit ton.
Yeah. She's not wrong.
Mohammed Skidik says everything is past and future. Present is just a sharp sword to cut them so they become different. Hey, Dick Phelps, legal law master. Watch your language. Kyoto, hello. Thank you, Kyoto. Oh, it's a Mennonite restaurant in Millbank, Ontario. Interesting. Is it in Western Ontario? I was right. Japanese. Yeah, I can tell the difference between cool, Japan. Eric is a big anime. He's an otaku, really, honestly. And I know of anime through Japan intimidates me. I am intimidated by it. Cuz I feel it's so like I feel like I would be lost. And you know what made me think that, but I'll be with Eric. So, but you know what made me be intimidated by Japan is Lost in Translation, because like I would not be able to be in Japan alone. Maybe we can make a group trip, Acacia, me, you, Eric, and Ruben R go to Japan.
I can't go to Japan. I'm too tall. It's like I wouldn't fit in the beds over there.
That's true. No runner, water runner. I'm sorry, I didn't invite you.
Does Eric have good in the eye, or does he simply ignore it?
He doesn't simply ignore it, but I think it's unconscious that he ignores it.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite effective when I'm using it as a way of inning more successfully. In other words, of making sure what I'm saying has a singular point and is concise. And I is naturally a receiving function, though. So when it comes to knowing the single correct course of action for something, that's a lot more challenging unless it's an artistic decision.
I've never been to Asia either, Sean. Your personal space bubble had issues, Winston's mom? Yeah, I saw some streets of Japan and it was just like so narrow and crowded.
China is not any better. Shanghai, the subway at Shanghai going from the train station, the big train station, back to my apartment was like, the equivalent thing of shoving people onto the train to make them all squeeze in there. Like you were had as tight as you are. But the nice thing is in China,
You
they
are,
only came
but
up to like my nipples mostly.
I would be at height with everyone.
Yeah.
You've been to Turkey, but not to Alabama, huh? Acacia, you and Ruben again should come to New York so like my dad's trying to plan something so that my sister who lives in Prague comes to visit New York, and then when she visits, we'll visit, right? That's kind of what we were thinking. Or maybe this is all in my head.
I was hard with reading. I wasn't listening. What did you say?
So, since we're not going to go to Prague, because like that's insane to me. Having my sister come from Prague to New York and then us maybe going to New York at the same time.
It's possible. We'll have to see what's going on around the time that happens, and we'll have to do some advanced planning and stuff like that. So
yeah,
if that's what is desired by, if that's what you want to do, then we'll make it happen.
Well, because like my dad wants,
Okay, well, it's understandable that he wants to visit with his daughter, but you'll notice that my daughter never comes to visit me.
That's true.
I have to go visit her.
I know, but he's FI. I am not looking forward to.
I don't even like to go visit her.
It's true. It's true. I know.
If I have to go down there, I have to go down there.
I've been to Prague, actually. I've been to Prague before my sister moved to Prague. She went to Prague to study. Good for you, Zach. 24K. And you know what? I hope that everyone is gay in the happy sense. Good morning to you, MBBS. Mrs. Mom says, here we have a classic MBTI example of the J's and the P's discussing plans, and the P will prefer to leave their options open while the J type would like to discuss the plan or prepare for the plan. I just wanted to bring it up to him. I thought that we had talked about it already. I guess it was more in my mind. Like I thought it was more doable because like my dad invited us to go for Christmas to Prague, and I was like, no, just not going to. We're not going to. Yeah, but really though, like maybe if something is planned, maybe you, me, Ruben, and Eric can go to New York. The idea behind Myers-Briggs MBTI, Winston's mom says, model is to help coworkers understand that people have different preferences. Rachel, I get it. LOL. So when I went to work at the Olive Garden, they gave me one of those personality tests, and I guarantee you that I got ENFP. because I always, when I would test, now I get INFP because I realize like I am introverted, but like at the time I bet on my test for Olive Garden I got ENFP. Oh, Acacia says, what's bigger, an area code or a zip code? Because Ludacris might have you beat. Hi, Shris. In Rome, it was open to be homosexual as long as you were bi, of course. I used to live with Hadarian, and he fell madly in love with a young boy that when he died, he built sculptures of him. Shresh asked, I already said hello. I'm wondering if maybe since like, you know, the Hannah Horvath similarity in the way that we talk and the way like that we behave, sort of. Oh my god. I mean, like, I know that I can be selfish. It's one of the reasons why I thought it was a 7 Enneagram. Sorry about that, Lily Evers. Hannah Horvath is a character in the show Girls, and Shomita said that my mannerisms remind me of her. I think the show shows a really good example. Well, it's a really good example of not Diddy, Christian M. Avril is a rat, right? She's 84.
Lily, you and Rachel don't have a daughter.
No, there's no daughter that I know of.
Hi, Jonathan Taylor.
She's no 1984. I mean, Sean. She was born in 1984. That makes her a rat.
In Chinese astrology, that's what they're talking about.
Well, Diddy's already confessed to the abuse. There's just things that they have to get him on. I forget what they're. I listen to the trial, like what's going on in the trial, like every day. One person said that he's been schmoozing the jury, which really scares me. I don't.
Well, look, he's not going to be found not guilty. I'd say a worst case scenario is that there's a hung jury, in which case they declare a mistrial and they probably retry him. But at that point, they'd have to let him out.
Shit.
Until they retry him.
Oh my god. That's so scary. They're really trying to get him on racketeering and they just can't. Nothing's sticking. Christian M, I don't even think I would be invited. If I was invited, I wouldn't stay. And it would have been a one-time thing. I'm not really a big party person.
Rachel likes to play things pretty safe.
Yeah, I do. Like, if my ESFJ friends, like, they would love it. I would want to leave early. I was always the girl who left the bar early. I was never.
Well, presumably Marcus Aurelius, the only thing they have to do to prove trafficking is moving prostitutes across state lines, right?
Yeah, I guess what's racketeering though?
Racketeering means it's like a conspiracy to commit crime as part of an organizational thing.
Okay, yeah, they have yet to
establish those elements of the
yeah.
crime.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they do. No social media.
She already gets free sex.
I have been to the club, but never liked it. I went to the club once with a coworker. She liked going to the club. But I didn't like when, like guys would go up behind you and start dancing with you. I'd be like, no, 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 I don't want this. So, but I do like dancing. It's just with,
Presumably, Armando, you could be charged for racketeering for selling counterfeit tennis rackets. How much do you pay in rent? We don't pay anything in rent. We own this home.
Rachel, I caught much flack, says Winston's mom, for not going out with my friends that I pretended I was out with them at an especially important party. It worked twice, lol. Then they caught on. I was usually, with my group of friends, my best friends, we would, go to bars and stuff. Hi, Emmy, but like even then, like say if it was just me, Alana, and Samantha, I usually drove because I knew I wanted to go home early. Like it would just, I just.
You're a very good kitty.
Thanks.
I was talking.
I know you were. I know, but I took compliments anyway.
M8 is mate.
Oh, mate. Hello.
Yeah.
Mate.
And would you tier rank rackets? I don't know anything about rackets.
So apparently the racketeering has been hard for the prosecutors, to pin him on because they found arms, like guns and stuff, but they're all legal. So, yeah, it makes me sad and nervous.
It would seem to me that all they'd have to establish is that the arms were used in an illegal fashion. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the elements of fact must be established to convict somebody of racketeering. My third cousin is Jewel.
That's cool.
Closest famous person, I guess. That's good. That's pretty famous.
Yeah,
I know who she is. She's that lady who writes terrible poetry.
Who will save your soul?
Racketeers happen when your sibling smashes your head during doubles tennis. I've never experienced that. I don't have any siblings. I'm sibling free. But I do have a cat.
Yeah.
I've got two cats, actually. This cat here is the good one. Yeah, this is Capillo. She is a sweetheart. And Capillo means sweetheart in Hawaiian. Yes, you're a sweetheart. Daddy knows. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Daddy loves.
She loves this, but she will not give head push. She will, but when she wants to. See? She dodges it.
I like head push, but
yeah.
She's not such a big fan of it.
Yeah.
Tears, not tears. Oh. Oh, specialness. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. Give Daddy the head push.
Trouble, I was happy though. Trouble forgave me today. Because he doesn't like to be pet. And I just, sometimes I get in the mood and I'm like, they're so cute. I have to pet them.
One dog, spaniel that kind of looks like a Dalmatian. The very hungry pumpkin says, "Is there something that can't be morally justified?" Yeah, plenty of stuff is not morally justified. There are three different statuses for something to have morally, and that's morally obligatory, morally permissible, or morally impermissible.
Right.
Any kind of thing that violates another person's rights is morally impermissible.
Where did I put my pipe?
Um,
That's so weird.
it seems like I just saw it.
Yeah, it really was. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got some right there. Could get him into cuddling with some food off stage and associating, maybe.
Even when we pet him when he's eating, he like. He likes it when he likes me petting him when he's laying on Eric and purring. Then I can scratch him. I can pet him under his chin, which is his favorite. On his cheeks, which is also his favorite. And yeah.
You're done potting your cat every time she paw smacks me? If I don't pet Capino and she wants it, she will do that. She'll meow and then she'll give me a little pat.
Oh, Trouble has sent me.
No, I'm saying if she wants more pets.
Oh, she wants more.
If she's done wanting pets, she'll just get down. But she likes a lot of pets. Huh, kitty? Yes. Oh, give me the head. Oh,
you guys are witnessing the head push.
Oh my goodness, thank you. What a sweetie patootie you are. Yes. You're from Peru. Why are here with my cousins Micho, Tito, Peludo, y Cabazon? Isn't that, doesn't mean heart or head? You're with your cousins. Welcome to California, America. Land of kitties. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Corazon. El corazon. You've gotten the head push before? It's a pretty... Capilla, it doesn't give it out lightly. She's got to be really feeling the love to give out the head push.
She talks to me a lot.
She does. She meows quite a bit these days,
yeah.
you know?
If I'm not paying enough attention to her, she'll meow. She wants pets.
She has the cutest little meow, too.
Yeah.
She's not like Trouble, who will just meow incessantly.
I know.
You ever been west of Texas and Oklahoma? Well, Florida is like the East Coast California. Except it's a lot worse.
It's more humid.
It doesn't have the variety of temperatures and stuff that California has.
No. They do have Key West. But
Do they have any ski resorts in Florida?
No. I don't think so.
That cat's name was Capio. Kapio.
It's Hawaiian for sweetheart. Why is everyone being toxic? Because they listen to Britney Spears' Toxic too much.
I don't think really anybody's being too toxic. It's a girl. Capio's a girl.
Cool level up dojo.
Hi, Cincinnati, Ohio. Welcome.
Ski water places.
Welcome to Mariposa, California.
Well, Eric had an ENTP cat that he named Normal. So maybe Eric's name would be Normal too.
Maybe.
Thanks, JKM. Flip Flop the cat.
My name wouldn't be Flip Flop.
No, I could see it being Normal.
My name would be correct is more like it, Jonathan. Flip flop, yeah.
I get the cat's always right, like somehow.
I bet Casey's talking about my flip flops
Oh.
rather than flip and flopping between
Oh,
different things.
flip flop rather than flip flopping between different things. Yeah.
Probably. I actually talk to myself unabashedly, whereas you guys are probably insecure about it. I talk to myself pretty unabashedly.
Mm-hmm.
Invincible fan wants to know what your favorite show is, Rachel.
It's too hard.
You can tell them what show you're watching right now.
Well, I am watching. It's not my favorite show, but I do like it. Currently, I'm watching the show Girls on HBO. But it's not my favorite show. I really have a strong connection with Rick and Morty. I think they should. I hate being like this. I don't like when shows. Although season two of Girls, which is I hated season two of Girls, but it continued on and it got good. But I feel like Rick and Morty kind of like they've kind of like rounded out like most storylines that they can go with, but that's definitely one of my favorite shows.
It's 9:40 p.m. where we are, Squid Game Channel. Um, can you believe who's still together? The Boston Dangler. I talk to myself quite a bit, actually, out loud. Ballwinder Brar. Hi, Ballwinder Brar. My cousin moved in with the Hatfields and got people shocked by sharing too much info between other feuding families. Huh. Have you watched Invincible? I've not.
No, I have not. I'm good. Baldwin Dear Bar. Bar. He's not old. He's 54. No, I haven't watched Invisible.
What's it about?
Yeah, what is it about? My name.
Does that generally work for you, Mr. Palad? Is that
I mean, like,
well, he's not wrong, but it's just like, for whom is that going to work? Like, with whom is that going to
I don't
work?
think it does. That's why there's a loneliness epidemic right now.
Hmm.
I can't.
All right, Cop 350ZX, you have a good night at work in 5 hours. The old wolf brought a new girl home. She's not a new girl. Rachel and I have been together for 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years in September.
No, then it'll be 6, won't it?
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
It's 6. It'll be 6 years in
Oh
September.
my god.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing. It's obviously flying by for me. This is the longest relationship I've ever been in. It's the happiest one I've ever been into.
We're from California, Ballwinder, Mariposa, California. I was watching Sidetrack Adventures with Steve earlier, and he went to go visit a county in California in which he said there's only one incorporated city within this county, but it made me feel very happy because there are 0 in this county.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
We never knew that until...
You both have had the vaccine. I had to get it, unfortunately, because they wouldn't let me see my mother, who was in a nursing home, if I didn't get it. No, I didn't get any boosters. I didn't want to get it, but I understood it to be what it was, which was not a vaccine, in the sense that it doesn't prevent you from getting a disease, but also not harmful
People like
by and large.
I've heard of people like having side effects from the vaccine.
Yeah, well, it does have some harm for some people. By and large, they they I don't think people experience too many harms from the vaccine. The issue is, of course, that oh, I'm not entertaining. I mean, they're entertaining me. Why are you giving them the entertainment? Why aren't they entertaining me? No, it doesn't make you retarded.
Is that what happened to your mom?
It's a good question. Yeah, I wonder as well. So anyway, I was correct about COVID from the outset, explaining everything that needed to be explained, but other people were wrong and they didn't listen to me. So,
I mean, I was a little alarmist at times too, because we were away from each other, and then
well, you were right to be alarmist about the impact on travel and stuff, you
yeah.
know. Anyway, no, they just put it on the side of my arm, like, you know, whichever side. I don't remember which side, but I remember it hurt for quite a while afterward. They did a terrible job of stabbing me.
That's good, no sage.
I've lamented this many times since that disastrous buttfuckery that we call COVID response. I'm talking to you, Manuel. I'm talking specifically and expressly to you. I want you to understand this more than anybody else. Would I get it? I know there is no vaccine for COVID. As I explained before, they even came out with one. It wasn't possible because of the kind of virus it was. You can't vaccinate something that you have to update the vaccine every 2 months, right? That's why it doesn't work. Don't take what you're saying out of context. Okay, I won't. You know, but I also felt like at the time I didn't really have any choice because we weren't allowed to visit my dying mother in the nursing home unless we got the vaccine.
That sucked.
And so we got it, you know. The vaccine.
You probably wouldn't have gotten it.
No, I wouldn't have.
Neither
I
would
would have at least waited until I found out if it, you know, some
worked.
if it worked or various other things about it. My daughter's gotten like every vaccine and booster shot she could get, and she's gotten COVID more than anybody else I have ever encountered.
Yeah.
Shatsky Petey? Shatsky Petey? I don't want my name to be Shatsky Petey. So, and I really think there needs to be kind of a public reckoning about what the correct narrative about that whole COVID buttfuckery is. But most people don't want to still embrace the idea that the alarmist insanity was justified and that it's quote unquote saved lives, which is ridiculous.
People are now like wising up,
Wisening?
wising,
Sure.
wising up to, I don't even know if that's the word. They're wising up to the fact that COVID is the reason why the economy is suffering.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, they are.
What's your favorite racial slur? I'm gonna go with Rian, referring to Koreans.
Oh, Rian.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite racial slur is a Rachel slur.
Oh, Rachel slur. You're purebred. That's not how you spell bread. Trump train, let's go. Okay, Basil. When was the last time we ate spam? Not that long ago.
No, not that long ago at all. It was my favorite. It was my first time, and I really liked it. GPD, I like that. Drift
Tiger,
or
Tiger Glaze, who are you talking about? I think one of the things that we should maybe bring back is go fly a kite.
Go Fly a Kite is a good one. That should be brought back.
You know what? Just go fly a kite. Take a long walk off a short pier.
That's a good one too. You don't hear that very often.
No, you don't hear it very often anymore.
Hi, Phil Harland. Favorite Patrick Swayze movie?
I can only think of one. Ghost.
That's true. He wasn't Ghost.
Was he also in Dirty Dancing?
Yeah, and that would be mine.
I've not seen Dirty Dancing.
You would not like it. Got FI.
Serpent musk, huh? You smell like serpent musk would be a better way to say that, I think. A little bit more concise. Benjamin Franklin. Man of Fire was my favorite Swayze movie.
See, I've never really seen. Donnie Darko was in. I mean, Patrick Swayze was in Donnie Darko?
Rachel, are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor. I could not be a doctor.
I can read poetry in Braille on your face.
I like Go Fly a Kite. Use it. You continue to use it, Sean.
Next of Kin? What's Next of Kin? Oh, that's a movie, a Patrick Swayze movie.
Thank you, Free from Life 24. So, like, when I think of Patrick Swayze, I always think of the scene in Dirty Dancing where, like, they try to make Baby learn, like, to sway her hips, and it's like they go like that, they on her hips. That's what I think of Patrick Swayze doing, swaying his hips.
That was the olden days version of twerking.
Yeah, it was. Actually, it's funny. It really kind of was because my friend Jenny was like, "You want to watch Dirty Dancing?" I was just like, "I guess so." She's like, "I love the movie, but I'm not allowed to watch it. So let's watch it now while we're downstairs." Like, I guess she thought that like if she had a friend over.
You're talking about Point Break. Oh yeah, Winston's mom said it too. Dude, where's my pancreas?
Thank you, Free from Life 24. What costume? I could dress up like your mom.
They just strip naked and start sucking random guys' dicks.
Oh, taking it up like 5 notches.
I've seen Point Break.
Was Swayze in that?
Apparently.
Oh.
I thought that was who it was, but yeah, it was.
Thanks, Sean. Ian Jackson, good morning. My name is Rachel. From
Mariposa, California.
I am not Sharon Stone. Neither is he. I am not Meg Ryan, and neither is he.
The chocolate people.
Oh.
Romanov 5151. You cannot give birth to. You cannot impregnate my wife.
I don't want to give birth. Period.
Go chase rainbows.
That's a good one. I like that, Acacia. Go chase some waterfalls. Thank you, Eddie Elliott. I'm married. That is my husband, Eric.
Howdy. That's me.
No, but if you're telling someone, if you're angry at someone, tell them to go chase waterfalls. You know what I mean?
Go chase a waterfall.
Yeah.
But TLC said not to.
Exactly. Hit or miss? No. The age difference is 14 years. Oh, that's a good one. Vamoose is a good one. And please let the door hit you on your way out. That's a good one. No, come on. Eddie Elliott. Andres Morales, what were you expecting? What sounds like a Blink-182 song? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're mad at someone, Sean, tell them to go chase a waterfall. But if you're, on good terms with them, you should tell them, don't go chasing waterfalls. Harry, you're not the Harry that I dated. You're just saying missing you because you're a person who says that sort of thing, right? You know what? Hit or miss. I'm sorry that Uzbekistan is a bad country, but you can move to the US and not. Oh, the MiG-182 missing you. I see. Okay, cool. Because, that's good. It's good that you're not my BPD ex-boyfriend. I don't want him in this stream. Oh, sorry, Sean. I wasn't getting it. If you have a wife, then just move to the US with your wife. Yeah, I know there's lots of Harrys. I was just checking because you said missing you and I took it wrong. I apologize. I understand. You're not the same Harry. There are plenty Harrys. I didn't know what you were saying. No, Eddie Elliott, you don't need to be a slave and to anyone. And we got rid of that quite some time ago. He's not my boyfriend. He's my husband. No, hit or miss. We cannot live in the same house. I am 40, Rob S. Oh, Sean with the comeback. Harry, is your last name Dick? Really, show media. That's interesting. France to ban smoking outdoors in most places. Minister. Wow. I never thought that would happen in France. Cool, Yvette. What's up? I should have not expected anything less coming from your text. France will ban smoking in all outdoors places that can be frequented by children, like beaches, parks, and bus stops. The Health and Family Minister said in an interview published on Thursday. Wow. Andre Morales knows a Harry too. Well, I don't even know if he goes by Harry anymore. He changes his name a lot. He's from the UK. I do fart around my husband, yes. It's like still embarrassing, but it's like when you fart, you gotta fart. I don't know. Hit or miss, then don't stay in Uzbekistan. I'm not telling you to be a goat farmer till you die. I'm saying go explore what you want. I don't know what that is. Jock Euphoria. No, you cannot be an administrator to this channel. What? How do the French react to that? Yes, I am married to a strong man. Who's a wizard? Andre Morales? Harry, there's no reason to call Sean a dumbass because he's not a dumbass. I don't think so, hit or miss. Why do you want me to cross my eyes, Jock Euphoria? I can, but Hey, joyful baby. I don't know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Everyone's farts smell. I mean, yeah, definitely loud farts. I mean, are you guys asking me to hold my farts in around my husband? Thanks, Yvette. I think I look good every night. Jock, I don't know what you're talking about. Hit or miss, I don't wish that upon you. Thanks, Shivram. We're from United States. Why should I cross my eyes and stick my tongue out? Yeah, most Europeans love their smokes. This channel is suffering from a troll flood. It is indeed. Hello, John Harding, 1979 from Wales in the UK. I have some Welsh in my lineage. Harry, what the heck? Like, you're really nasty. What happened? Hit or miss, just try to, like, do stuff for your family and, like, stop trying to make me feel guilty. Because I don't even know you. Lucy says, the long skinny stick holder industry in France is up in arms. You know, I wish they had that for, in the movie, Sunset Boulevard, the woman has a cigarette holder on her finger. It's like a ring and it's a cigarette holder, so she just goes like this to smoke it. I want one of those for weed. You put a little, like a blunt or a joint in the little holder and smoke it with your finger. I can't keep up with this. Jacques, no.
My brother's name is Pat McGroin. Yes, Jordan, I'm familiar with Nick's content. I'm familiar with all the bullshit that you bring around here. None of it is new to me. All right, let's go now, everybody.
Do you want the light?
I'll turn it on. I'm not her dad. I have a daughter. My daughter's 26. Rachel's 40. The big difference, okay? The big difference between 20 and 46. I mean, the big difference between 26 and 40. Such a big difference between those two. 26 and 40, 41 or 2. Then you know how wonderful life can finally be. I'm showing you what a wonderful life looks like inside. Oh yes, you are so impressed that you run and hide, run and hide, run and hide, run and hide. That's French. Frere Jacques, don't boo. What do you say? I'm saying about you. Frere Jacques, go to hell. All right, Frere Jacques. So I'm going to give it back to my wife now. Yeah, but apparently she was feeling a little overwhelmed, so I thought I'd take over for a little bit. Well, you know what, hit or miss? Maybe your ears are bleeding for reasons unrelated to my music. You thought about that? Maybe somebody stabbed you in the ears with a toothpick or something. We just broke God's laws, but Jesus paid our fine. Okay, well, good. Glad I don't have to pay it. That's for sure. Here's Rachel.
I like when you say my name.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
There.
You need your eye drops. Rachel. I say Eric in my own way. I don't say it Eric.
You
say
it
Eric.
Yeah. You say it in like a New York kind of way.
I'm glad you don't mind.
No, I love the way you say my name.
Aww.
Old men scare my children. Listen, I don't care how much you want me to scare your children. I don't have any interest in doing that.
Social media, I think that in girls, and Acacia, in girls, Marnie's a good example of an ESTJ female, young ESTJ female. She's a very good. I don't know what type any of the other types are, but Marnie is the brown-haired, blue-eyed one who's known as for being uptight. Yeah, she's a good example of a young female ESTJ. Mr. Croissant says, what is this, Charles Angels? I can't see the dude with the voice. Show yourself, coward. He went outside for a smoke. Yes, show media. She is, Allison Williams' dad is like, they're all Nepo babies in that show. They're all Nepo babies. Yeah, she's ESTJ. she's very unaware of herself. And she'd be an Enneagram 1 because she's a perfectionist. See, I think she must be ESFP, Acacia, Jessa. She has to be. I can't think of.
Is it a Germergen? Is that what a German virgin is? A Germergen? Oh, goes in. That's not even a German sounding name. Oh, Gesundheit, I say. I see what you're saying. Well, the answer is a Germergen.
I think the nerdy coffee dude is INTJ. Yeah, I think he's an INTJ. Show media. I think. It's really hard to type them. Adam is some sort of FI person too, because his emotions just go like all over the place. And I don't know what Shoshana is. Shoshana I used to think was an ESFJ. She could be. I find it hard to type. It is hard to type TV show characters because they're written. He could be an INTP. The only reason why I'm saying that he's an INTJ is because uh, the relationship between him and Marnie. Yeah, ESFJ for Sushana. But it's true that Ray does use TI. He's a critical thinker. So he could have been an INTP. Shoshana. Yeah. You like that actress who plays Shoshana, or do you like Shoshana? He was grouchy like INTJs can be, but it could just be that he's like a 5 in his tri-type. I don't know, man. Acacia, like, oh, the actress, yeah, she's cool. Adam Driver in real life, I don't know what he is. I don't know. He's a good actor. Like, uh, but in the show, Adam is he's either ISFP because like he's terrible with his words, right? Like he thinks he's so great with his words, but he's really not. He's so, but I feel like he's so FI. Like he's FI. Like when, for instance, when Hannah's publisher dies and she's not upset about it, she's more upset like what will happen with my book. Eric says that, and Adam is like, oh my God, what the fuck? Like you're someone you knew just died. This is real. And yeah, because ISTP have FE fourth. I don't think his FE is really joking. I mean, is really strong. I was reading what Show Media was saying. No, we didn't get this couch from Serbia. We're from California, United States, R dash. And like, okay. So Keisha, in the episode where her publisher dies, Hannah's worried about what's going to happen with her book, and Adam is like, "Oh my gosh, like how are you reacting this way? Like someone you knew just died. He was just at your party." Like, and then he's like, "How would you feel if I like he's like this makes me scared, but how would you be if I died?" And Eric said that's the difference between FI Adam and TI Hannah in that argument. I'm not starting a family. I already have a family. Yeah, social media. He's a real like something. He could be ESFP too, but he's just so uneloquent. Lena's INFP. I think she has TI, like Eric said. Possibly. Lena Dunham in real life, I really don't know. Adam Driver's breakout role was Adam on Girls. That's good, hit or miss. Love your wife. Appreciate your wife. I like this no sage. What'd you say for INFJ? Yeah, I don't think she is either. I think I don't think she's an INFP. She rambles on. She she's TI in some way. That at least she's see like I feel like Lena Dunham's another one who like she can't be anyone but herself. So Hannah really was like Lena Dunham. No, I'm not talking about that. No Sage. Oh yeah, Piglet probably was INFP, and he was probably also an Enneagram 6 because he was a warrior. Did you also steal the manure from the donkey? Hit or miss? Yeah, exactly, Acacia. Like that's what how she wrote Jessa so well because she and Jemima Kirk, who plays Jessa, were at least really good friends. Eric could give you the test, no sage, to see what your tri type is. Fours are neither good or bad. Wicked Wild West, cool, but I don't want anything a part of it. No Sage, do you want Eric to give you the Enneagram test? Yeah, Acacia's a 4. She's a good example of a 4. She's probably the most 4 person I've ever met. I don't know that many. I mean, I don't know that many 4s, but would you give No Sage the test?
Sure. I give everybody the test at the same time.
Okay, everybody.
You say you got 3 choices, A, B, or C. Do you avoid shame by being helpful, high achieving, or by saying screw you and your expectations? If A, remember number 2. If B, that's number 3. C, that's number 4. Okay, now let's do D, E, F. D, do you avoid fear by researching the thing, knowing everything you can about it so it's not scary anymore? Do you avoid fear by retreating to your what's familiar and what your defenses already are, or do you avoid fear by sticking your head in the sand and saying, well, probably it'll just go away if I ignore it? If D, then you remember 5. If E, 6. If F, 7. Now,
Acacia asked if you could go a bit slower. I think.
um, well, okay, well then,
Mm.
forget it. It's too difficult.
Well, you didn't answer 4, so you're probably not a 4. Sorry to tell you. Your first answer A was 2. 2 Enneagram.
I'll say the last one. That way you can rewind and rewatch it if you want. Okay. The last one is uh, GHI. G. Do you avoid? Wait, if somebody comes at you and they're angry, are you angry back? Do you do you appease them by saying, "Well, geez, if you're gonna be so angry, then go ahead, have it or whatever," or do you say, "If you're gonna be all angry, come talk to me later when you're calmed down"? Which of those three? If it's G, then it's 8. If it's H, then it's 9, and if it's I, then it's 1. And what you do is you simply go, okay, well, the easiest one to answer was the first one. The second one was the second easiest, or whatever, and that's the order the numbers going. That's it. That's it.
I am. So my tri type is 469, but I'm a 9 first. We think 4 second, right? I can be very.
I mean,
Or you think 6?
I don't know. It's impossible to tell with you because the normal strategy I might use for that is not going to be possible for you to use really.
Mm.
Well, it does hold glasses, but it's not expressly a glasses holder. It's a good place for my glasses because I don't misplace them. I have a lot of glasses, as you can see.
It's alright, Eileen Jarvis. I watched The Dark Knight and I was secretly rooting for the Joker.
I'm retroactively rooting for Gargamel and Azrael to eat the Smurfs.
I am too, actually.
You know what would be? What I was thinking would be a fun one of those dumb kind of tests that Rachel likes to take a lot. Like, well, which Smurf are you? Except the problem is, if you're a female, you only have one choice.
Yeah, it's true.
You're Smurfette. Do I have cataracts? No, I don't have any cataracts. I need reading glasses. For long scene stuff, my eyes are actually better than Rachel's in some instances. I could read something she couldn't read the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I've always had good eyes, but these days my close-up vision for text and stuff is not so great. Child groomers. No, we're not grooming anyone, JB. We have no children around us even. Shouldn't make random false accusations of people.
Maybe I'm last 4 since like my like pushback when I do pushback seems to surprise people. When I'm like, "Fuck you, suck my dick."
Right. Squiggles, hello, how are you? Your name is Donkey Squiggles? Is that a donkey? Your pushback shock people? Well, you know, I think that Rachel probably defaults to thinking if somebody's mad at her that she's done something wrong. But if she hasn't, then she's not incapable of pushing back. Wide eyes, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Shh. No. I'm not going to shush. Shushing doesn't happen very much with me. I'm not a big shusher. Harry, I think that it's a wonderful idea, but I think that you have to collect a lot of farts. Hey, I had a customer mad at me all day today. I had to work with him for 7 hours.
Okay, one, why was he mad at you? Two, could he been misplacing his anger?
And three, if he was a customer, why were you working with him? What kind of work was it? Now you're drinking a lot of alcohol. Well, that
Don't let that guy, like, I mean, I've been there, I've done that, but I mean, my advice would be don't let that guy, like, make you drink a lot.
the problem with drinking is when it wears off, things are even worse than they were when you started drinking.
Yeah.
I run a concrete pump. He didn't like how I operate. I also got the shitty pump that is very difficult to operate. A concrete pump. Huh. No, hit or miss. Stop with your character. It's ridiculous. Old green metal chairs sounds normal, but metal green old chairs sounds weird. That's true. That's very interesting. I've never heard that before, but it wouldn't surprise me if by and large there is such a an ordination of Joshua Sexton says drinking is great.
Good for you.
More than a feeling.
When I hear that old song you used to play, and I begin dreaming. When I see Mary and walk away.
14 years, Harry. I'm 54. She's 40.
I saw Boston live in concert and it was so disappointing because the first half was all new songs. But they did play some of their old songs the second half. But oh man, me and my dad were so disappointed.
We could cover that song in theory, but probably we won't. I'm not your dad, Shermstick. Okay, and I never stopped being on the weed, so.
I don't know how to get up to those high notes, like, you know, like that guy in Boston sings. Like, Exactly, Acacia. You said what I was thinking. I like that Sherm stick. Just goofing. I like the word goofing around. I like Boston. Boston doesn't like me though, because I'm a Yankees fan. Opinion, size, age, shape, color, origin, material, and purpose. Switch it up. Purpose, material, origin, color, shape, and age. Please, host Eric with green metal chairs, old, mad, and a
Madlib
madless
style.
style.
I mean, like, if I were to talk about the chairs outside, I'd refer to them as green metal chairs rather than metal green chairs. Unless we had another kind of green chair, right? If we had plastic green chairs and metal green chairs, then I might refer to it as metal green chair and plastic green chair. But if we only have one of them, which we do, I don't. I'd refer to them as green metal chairs.
Sometimes, you know how I mess up like numbers, I'll switch them. I'll do that where I'll say like the metal green chairs or the chairs that are green and metal. Like I will. That's got to be TE polar somewhere. I feel like me messing up the order.
Mm. I don't know about that. I don't hear that from you very often. Sometimes you say the wrong word for something.
Oh, I definitely do
Most
that.
famously, when you called lunch meat cutlets.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think it. The order is going to depend on some things like that, right? Like if we had two kinds of green chairs, one of them metal and one of them plastic, I'd probably put the differentiator first.
The plastic green chair, right? That
Right.
makes sense.
So I think, and then most of the time when we do origin, it's going to be at the end with a prepositional phrase like the metal green chairs from Ohio.
Mm.
That's a lot of exclamation points, squiggles. Except for beauty, age, goodness, and size in French. Well, Show Media, thank you for sharing your input with me.
Um. So, what make made you think that Kurt Cobain is INFJ, not INFP?
Um, my intuition.
Hmm.
I mean, his stuff's very NI, and even when it's NE, it's very NI.
When they did that, he has good FE too.
Right, and he always seems like hyper aware of the complicated relationship he was having between his presentation of self, his art, and his his experience of the basically the responsiveness to it. The way people responded to it, because he didn't want to be. I think he understood himself as much more effective as a counterculture outsider, and that it didn't make the transfer to mainstream number one guy or whatever. Acacia, that's not a bad idea. I would love that series of you mastering artistic skills or hobbies that are new to you in under a week. That would take a lot of editing. Kurt Cobain was a piece of crap, so says no sage. I don't think he was a piece of crap. I don't. I think Courtney Love killed him or had him killed or something.
I'm glad you still think that.
I do because I watched a different video last night. Going
Oh,
back at it. Yes, it is true that she was. Um, what was the specific? She got herself arrested in a very suspicious way right during the time when he meowed. And then I guess when she was released, nobody had found the body yet. So she apparently hired a security system installer to come install a security system at the house, and he discovered the body. That's what this video I saw last night said. Anyway.
Wow. Wow. Why would you have a picture of dead Kurt Cobain? What? How? That's disturbing. Or just a picture of him, which is fine. Oh my god. Honestly, though, like, that's convincing. Like,
Yeah, well, Rush, Triumph, Pink Floyd. I don't like any of those bands. Cyndi Lauper is a little bit better than the preceding.
Yeah, I'm sure you were disturbed. I can't believe that.
Yeah, she did actually, Winston's mom. You make a good point there. Not that it's relevant to anything, but.
And she was right about Weinstein, right? You could be right about like something. You could be right about things and still possibly have murdered someone.
No, Harry. No. Nobody likes those artists.
Courtney Love isn't a 9. Oh, a 9 life path. Oh.
Barry Manilow is great, says No Sage. Are you sure about that? He did write Copacabana, right?
I don't know. I don't know any.
Or is that Neil Diamond? I get them confused. The Carpenters didn't even write their own songs.
So her real name is Courtney Michelle Harrison? That's what would be used, right?
Most artists don't write songs. Well, they're not artists, right? They're musicians. There's a difference between art and being and covering something.
So, show media. Kurt Cobain is a life path 9.
I don't know why they call themselves artists, Sean. They should call themselves interpreters. They're not creating anything new, they're just interpreting it differently. Yes, of course, Cobain wrote his own music. As this guitar gets sharp, you'd expect over time the strings to just get looser, right?
But gee, that is so like backstack FI of you. That's really fucked up. Why did you say that about anyone?
He's just doing it for shock value. Okay, well, I'm not going to disagree that Nirvana is not that great, but
that's so terrible. No one should not be here because of a shotgun. That's terrible. I disagree with No Sage and with G. I'm offended.
Well, there you have it, guys. There's some of that pushback she was talking about. It just hasn't aged very well. Nirvana stuff, you know? It's not that it wasn't influential and it didn't have plenty of things that were good about it, but Just didn't age very well. You want to sing a song with me or no?
I'll sing a song with you, but I just. Okay. What song?
What do you want to sing?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I figured we'd play something that you're comfortable with singing. At least
Yeah.
one of, like, you want to play Cloudy Day?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I can't see you.
That's fine.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, trouble still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say.
Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say the given will try to sap your will to fight.
But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be silly forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Struggles past, trouble still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say.
I would not want to see those statistics. No, 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 no.
Hi, Draconian. You want to do Gregory?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it.
He's
Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. In disguise,
He's the light.
Oh.
Wants to confront the man.
oh,
Oh, he's telling them.
oh,
But every time he tries,
Oh.
they only run and hide.
Oh.
Again, he is denied
the chance to yell at them until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory. In disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down this drive. I breaks his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies.
Oh.
Wants to confront the man.
Oh,
Always telling them.
oh,
But every time he tries,
oh,
they got him. But
oh.
when he is tonight,
The chance to yell at them because he's Gregory in disguise. Thanks, Rachel. Good job.
Thanks, Eric.
All right,
Good
that's enough
job.
guitar.
Thanks, Vicky. Dinakar. Thanks, T. Davis. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Show Media.
Thanks, everybody, for listening. We
Thanks, No
appreciate
Shade. Sage.
Would you guys like stay in here with Rachel or go outside with me for a cigarette? You are the sun because your heat waves are killing me. That's not normally what the sun does. You're going to stay with Rachel. Fine.
That's something odd to think about. I always thought I was weird looking. I think I was a cute kid, and I had my awkward stage for a long time. I used to have a lot of acne, really bad acne. I was, though. I mean, I thought I was anyway. I definitely had an awkward stage growing up. Like, I know, like, no one has an awkward stage anymore. Like, they just seem to just bypass that. But I had an awkward stage. I had braces. I had big frizzy hair. I had acne. You know, every teen, right? But like a lot of people, hello, Yellow. Thanks, Anise Jones. Thanks, T. Davis. I'm saying when I was like 13, 12, 13, 10, even. Thanks, Harry. I'm glad I could count on you. That's funny, Show Media. Nice to meet you too, GVM Feeling. Oh, I have stage fright too. In college I had to take a acting class, a performance art class, and our final was to write, direct, and dance in a production that we came in. All right, whatever, Harry, I don't care. And I was so nervous. Anytime actually. In college, anytime I had to go up for public speaking, I drank.
That's a good strategy.
Thanks.
Oh, CR. Nobody wants your vulgarity.
Do you show your tits to women all the time?
Yeah, CR. Do you show your tits to women? He's the man.
Or to men?
Anise Jones.
Sorry to hear that, Vinny DeRosa.
How about a Gabriel?
That's good, Sean.
I only show mine during spring break.
CR, I know you're totally capable of making a can sandwich yourself, so I think that you should do that instead.
You know what I think you should do, CR, is not make yourself a sandwich and just live without a sandwich.
Oh, Eric took it one step further.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Choi In. Because I read what you were saying. That's why. A sandwich woman is just a woman who likes sandwiches. She's a real sandwich woman, you know? She really likes sandwiches.
Anise, did I say?
No, I said it.
Oh.
I said her name correctly, Anise Jones. Well, you know, when I was a kid, we put on our last name Strauss at a restaurant. We'd get an occasional Strauss. We get some Strausses.
Really?
A fair amount of Strausses.
I mean, did they not know Levi jeans?
I mean, it was back when I was a kid. I haven't heard it happen in a while. You know.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I'm not cooking up any meth. God.
But Britney Spears might be.
Poof, you're a sandwich woman.
I have a story about Britney Spears. So you want to hear a story about Britney Spears that happened recently?
Yes, I do.
I told you already.
Okay, well, I'll hear it again.
Okay. So Britney Spears was flying her jet from somewhere to LAX. And apparently during the flight, mid-flight, she lit up a cigarette and thought it was okay to smoke in an airplane. And the cops were called and they told her, like, shame, shame, shame. No, no, no. You can't smoke in an airplane. She's so in another world. Like, the fact that she thinks that she can go to a restaurant and have no one look at her and be like, oh, that's Britney Spears, you know, like, I mean, I think she still thinks that she's not, or maybe she knows that I don't know.
Who's Sean Kingston? Senior Mousy.
I haven't heard about Sean Kingston. I don't know who Sean Kingston is, actually. I know the name, but it wasn't raining.
Thanks, GVM Feeling. Appreciate it. Tunnel Vision Productions, hello. Your mind is blown. Do you realize your heart even blink?
It wasn't even in the airport. It was on the flight. It was on the flight. She was in the airplane. It's like, I'm sure she is a really nice person. I'm just saying she's kind of dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, she got in trouble for going topless at the Beverly Hills Hotel pool. I imagine her like at the pool, like at 11 in the morning, and some business guys walking through in their suit to go to some conference or whatever, and her feeling like, oh my God, I'm Britney.
Oh my God. Show media, I would die. I would die. How could you not? If Britney Spears was walking around, I would even look. I'd be like, whoa. But then I would turn around and I'd be like, wait. Does she realize that she's...
Senior Mousy, I'm not judgmental of her. I believe she's a nice person.
I do too.
I have no negative feelings about Britney, except I do think she's kind of funny. Like, I've read her posts on like Instagram or something before where it's just every sentence ends with like 3 or 4 exclamation points. She seems very enthusiastic. Who's Sean Kingston? I've never heard of him. I wouldn't mind if she smoked on a plane for me. With me. Because I just say, okay, if she can smoke, I can smoke.
That's why I was so jealous hearing about it. I was so jealous. Anytime you hear about...
For some reason, Rachel thinks
Spears.
that, I guess that Britney Spears and I are compatible, and that if I were to meet her, that she'd steal her away from
Yeah.
Rachel. Steal me away from Rachel. I know I smoked on an airplane before, actually, when I was like 18. And we traveled overseas. You could smoke on an airplane back then. So no, they don't confiscate your lighters.
She was on a private jet. But I believe, yeah, she was on a private jet.
I didn't get that fact the first time you told me the story.
Yeah, she was on her jet, but she still, she just doesn't get it.
Well, why can't she smoke on her own jet?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. The cops were there and they were like, you can't do that. I think she was on her jet. I'm not sure anymore. I just want to tell you the goss.
Okay, all right. I wasn't trying to.
No, I'm talking to the chat. I'm not talking to you. I'm not. I think she was on her jet because the person who was telling the story was saying like she's going broke and like why didn't she like take her private jet to like Van Nuys? Is that another airplane place that's cheaper? Because apparently the tarmac on in LAX is extremely expensive.
We just played a couple songs. GVM feeling.
She does seem really nice. I'm not saying that she's not. Oh my god.
Okay, it's fine. It's like, Rachel, relax. It's fine. We're not saying that. He's saying that, and that's fine.
It just doesn't take away from the fact that, when you're a child star, you're stunted a little bit when you grow up. You're a little bit. I'm
on a JSX flight. So apparently was not a private plane, I guess, unless JSX presumably is a airliner. You're kind of liking this? Well, good, Harry. I'm glad you're kind of liking this. I appreciate that. Van Nuys is in the San Fernando Valley. I've been to Van Nuys. I used to live in Los Angeles. I am BGM feeling like you. You guys are judging people for 10-foot square apartment. This is not a 10-foot square apartment.
Oh my god. And you're judging us.
Yeah, we're not judging her. We're just, I commented on her post with full exclamation points. Rachel called her dumb, but I mean, nobody's going to call her a genius, right?
I mean,
I'm not even judging her. I'm not hating her, jealousy about her at all. Not any respect of her.
I'll say I'm fucking jealous. I'm fucking jealous because she has good astrology with my husband. That's the only reason why.
That's insane, though.
It is insane.
The point is, obviously, I don't have any problem with Britney Spears. Don't know her. I'm not hating on her. I'm not jealous of her at all.
I didn't think she was a good role model for girls growing up. Well, Jennifer Lopez, is... No,
I don't like Jennifer Lopez because it seems pretty obvious at this point that she, at the very least, helped Puffy cover up that time when he shot that lady in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Is it from too much sitting down, Senor Mousy?
Toxic is one of her best songs. She has good songs. She has good music. I was listening to the one that goes,
Oh, I'm not smoking, Maria. That's steam.
Watch me move when I move it hard.
Leave Britney alone.
I know that you can make it to the next level, baby.
Thanks, Senior Mousy. I think we do indeed. Make a great couple.
Thanks, I do too. I didn't read that. Thank you.
Chris Crocker.
She is a sweetheart. That's one of the problems. Like, she's just...
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks Britney's mean or
No,
nasty.
no.
You know, she's certainly. And given the amount of horribleness that so many celebrities have proven themselves guilty of, that
She
counts for
doesn't.
something.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Adam Sandler. I may not think he's a
Right.
very good comedian,
Me
but
neither.
apparently he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, and I appreciate him for that. Shia LaBeouf is a problem. He needs to get arrested for a long time. He's a bad dude. And I don't care if he knows that he's a bad dude. Like, just because you're like, yeah, when I get drunk, I beat up my girlfriend, it's something that I'm part of and I'm ashamed of, doesn't make it okay. Just because, like, you are aware of that self, like, a part of yourself, like, and you're not doing anything about it, like.
You think Celine Dion is the shit, huh? Well, you're certainly entitled to that opinion. Here's my best imitation of Celine Dion. Oh, tell me, old lady.
And you are my man.
You can judge me all you want, Senior Mousy. But I'm going to have to correct you on the claim that we were being judgmental. We're just talking about a celebrity.
I just was telling a story,
And something she did
Winston,
on an airplane.
Yeah, and Winston's mom looked it up and confirmed it. That's literally all I was doing.
It's part and parcel of it. Kind of goes with the territory of being a celebrity.
But also, it's time to not be so precious about Britney Spears too. She's out of her conservatorship, so whatever goes on right now is all her. So she's not so precious. Good. I'm glad you think that. I think she's 9,999,99999 out of 10 too. She's better than Christina Aguilera. I always liked her better, but I didn't think that she was a good. I was like, oh my god, this is the beauty standard that I have to live up to as a kid. I was like, I'll never look like that.
Well,
I don't know. Some people are thinking that too. I mean, she's going broke, like Justin Bieber.
This is not OG Kush. This is Tropical Tsunami. It's called. It's a sativa. It's good smoking sativa. We do have like an indica here, but this is Skywalker. It's also good. It smells good. We live in California, and you go to pretty much most white market stores, they have kind of the same brands of weed, and it's all like it's fine or whatever. But we get this at the Indian weed store. They seem to have better weed. I don't know, man. The weed just gets me more stoned.
Me too.
So I appreciate the Indian weed store, and they don't have those brands, right? They get all of their weed from Indians who grow weed.
Yeah, it's cool.
Does it? I'm not. I mean, this weed's really good.
Yeah.
I think that unfortunately, a lot of indica strains have been muddied with too much stressing of numbers, right? Like they want to test as high as possible on THC, and it makes them less stony. Whereas I don't think I don't know if they have percentages on them or not. Good, Crystal. Crystal Renee. Renee. Ted Cruz is very cool, is he? Never met him. Wee-hoo!
Bell ringer?
That's a pretty good bar.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's a good bar. Does coupling weed come with a disclaimer that causes cancer and reproductive harm? I don't know if it does or not.
So get this. So Justin Bieber is going broke, and that's apparently why he sold his catalog. His wife made such a good business deal. She sold her company to Elf for $1 billion to get them out of debt.
That was smart of her.
Yeah, he doesn't love her.
What makes you think he doesn't love her?
He might love her, but he doesn't treat her well.
Huh. Bye, TV and Feeling. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you.
You know, he did the whole like she was on Vogue and he was like he made a post about it and everyone was like, oh yeah, he's finally acknowledging Haley, and instead in the caption it said oh shit, it reminds me of this time when we were fighting and I said that Haley would never get on the cover of Vogue. Well, guess I was wrong.
Well, I mean, that's nice that he admitted he was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, why would he have told her that in the first place?
That's the problem.
We all want $200,000 in unmarked bills, Mrs. Fong. We all want that. I miss smoking bud. It says Logan Farm Cali. I miss smoking, but I went from on the regular to gnarly anxiety every time I smoked. I don't know what changed. Well, was there any traumatic event? Because after my dad self-deleted a couple of years back, I went through a stretch of time where I couldn't smoke weed because it gave me a panic attack. But then that went away.
I can only remember 2 times when I was nervous. One high. One time we were at the movies and I was just so giggly that I was like, what movie are we seeing again? Like, I was just like, this person knows that I'm high, but I don't think they did. And then another time when I was in a drugstore, I was high and I was like, they know I'm high. But again, I don't think they did, and if they did, I don't know.
Yeah, Justin Bieber got screwed by early fame and Hollywood disgustingness, for sure. But I think early fame is tough for anybody to handle, really.
Mm-hmm. Lindsay Lohan can't stop lying. She'll always be a liar. She has a new face, and she said it's just from eating healthy.
What was wrong with your old face?
Nothing. Nothing is wrong with it. So she has a skincare line now. And trying to tell people that her new face is part of her skincare line. Like, you're such a liar.
I see. So she she got plastic surgery, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she got a whole new face.
Do you think that means she got her her skin pulled back to make it less wrinkly.
She had to believe got facelift, a nose job, lip injections, and uh, there are no wrinkles on her face. So
Inject me with lips.
thanks, Utman Masmurder. Sorry, GVM feeling. I'm expressing the fact that I'm not happy that a celebrity is using her. Like, what? Like, I'm not against women. It's not. Like, is that why? Like, I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm just expressing that I don't like that a celebrity is telling people that her new look is because of chia seeds. She said one other thing, and now her skincare line. So, what's why is it so like why can't I be upset about that? Because like a lot of people are gonna fall for that. I mean, I don't know who.
Who's giving you pushback on this?
GVM feeling, no feeling you, mom, sir, be happy, no feeling you.
I don't know what that means.
Is Bob Ross dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
I thought Bob Ross was very calming. I used to watch him as a kid. My name is Rachel. Rachel Strauss. Mrs. Eric Strauss.
Yeah, Kyle Kennedy. That's my beautiful wife you're talking to.
You sounded like, this is not my beautiful wife, but instead, this is my beautiful wife.
Yes. It's okay. Kyle Kennedy, you didn't know.
Letting the days go by, let the water roll me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the new life. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was.
Things now are the same as they always were. That's what it should say.
This ain't no fooling around. This ain't no pillow. This is heebie-jeebies. I can sing the song. Can you pull up the lyrics? Thanks.
Mr.
Yeah,
Biggs.
Talking Heads.
What is this stream about? This stream is about whatever people end up talking about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to look up the lyrics?
For I guess it's Life During Wartime?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I think so. Do 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 do. That one? Oh. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. No time for dancing or lovey-dovey. I ain't got time for that now.
That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think GVM feeling is saying what you think that they're saying. Who knows what they mean? Came back from the hospital after a work incident. I cook at a nude resort and we have to be fully naked.
No heebie-jeebie, exactly.
It's a great story. Thanks a lot for sharing that
Dance.
horrible story, Cooper.
I used to know the whole dance to that song.
Why are you sending her pictures to NASA, Albert Lewis? Let's hear your ridiculous pickup line. We're from California. Mariposa, California, United States of America.
My house Blah 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 blah.
Meow,
Blah
meow.
blah.
Meow, 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 meow,
Ma,
meow,
ma,
meow,
ma.
meow, meow, meow,
Burning
meow,
down the
meow, meow.
house. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
That's Talking Heads.
Do 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 do. Yep. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Talking Heads do have some pretty good songs, I guess.
Their hits are good. You know what I mean? Like the stuff they play on the radio.
Yeah.
But oh my god, their other stuff is so weird. Slippery people. I have a theory. Well, they change. I like their first album, Talking Head 77, like some of the stuff on it. But you can tell, like the next album they made with Brian Eno.
Uh-oh.
And it was, I think Brian Eno helped them. Do you
Okay.
not like Brian Eno?
Well, I just think of him as somebody he's mostly a producer, right? That's what I think of him as. And I don't think of him as producing particularly good bands. But what has he produced?
Well, I think that's a good question. I don't know.
I think of him as producing like those kind of long-winded, self-indulgent 70s bands and stuff. But I guess he produced for quite a while. Maybe you could look it up. You just consumed 100 milligrams of edibles? Well, good for you, sir or ma'am, empathic veteran. Good for you. Daniel Long, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm thinking of someone different that I like.
What did Brian Eno make?
I don't know. I could see him working with like uh yeah, David Byrne is who I think of him. He's worked with a lot of bands.
Let's see. I want to see the list of stuff.
Hello, my name's Rachel. I'm good. The Unseen Brain TSD. How are you?
I haven't heard any of this stuff.
Me neither.
Ambient installation albums. Oh dear God.
Let me see if he's worked with REM.
Empathy is something I hate hearing discussed anymore. The Unseen Brain TSD says, "Hello, sister. How are you doing?" 100 is not particularly a lot if you're a regular smoker, but if you're not, then it might be a lot for you. You could listen to some Deep Purple. Oh, no, thank you. Hello, Abdurrahim Galah. And hello, the Unseen Brain TSD. Abdurrahim is a cool name, to be honest. Yeah, it's a pretty good name. Sister, I need support. What kind of support do you need? Do you need like a stronger bra? Give me blue, sister. What does that mean? You're so earnest, I can't tell if you know I was joking about emo. Lol. Who, me?
No, Winston's mom.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good joke. I saw your joke. I didn't comment upon it, but where did emo music come from? The Great Depression. It's a good response.
funny. Oh my god. It probably did. Although maybe in Britain it was the Victorian era. Because like everyone wore black and stuff because Queen Victoria was mourning the death of Prince Albert.
Yeah, for like 40 years.
Yeah. She really like what a flipped story. Sad. Shiny, happy people, shooting stuff.
Emo music's just like, oh, my feelings, I'm having emotions all the time.
Your hair is everywhere, screaming infidelities. That's emo.
Those are pretty good lyrics, actually. It's pretty striking lyrics, right? Your hair is everywhere, screaming infidelities.
And how real is that, right? Like when a person is like, my hair is everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's screaming out infidelities because she's cheated.
Mm.
My Chemical Romance definitely is emo.
My Chemical Romance is the second best band of all time, says No Sage.
No.
I don't think that's correct.
Nope.
I'm not that familiar with them, but that seems like a bit of a stretch. Did you ever eat your food, Rachel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Do you want waffles?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna make a couple of waffles. Well, I'll make 4 waffles. There go my ankle.
That's not true. I am pretty deep. Like I was listening to this song that Beck made off an album that was more of somber. I mean, it starts with I'm so tired of being alone. You really hear his voice. I really like it. I really like that song.
Yeah, Beck's quite the genius.
He is. And I forgot how much, like when the song came on when I was watching Girls, I was like, oh yeah, oh my gosh, this song by Beck is so good. I wanted to share it with you, but dorky hippie music? Beck is not dorky hippie music. He's far from it. Hello, OG Lock Baby. Oh, you don't know anything about Beck, okay. I'm so tired from being alone. Mm-hmm. I overplucked. That's what happened to my eyebrows.
You need more fruit up here?
I have them though.
You still have some fruit.
I don't know if you did the cover of Bitchy Sing Shit. Shit happens, OG Lock Baby. Sometimes hair doesn't grow back. Thanks, OG Lock Baby. I used to dye my hair blonde, so I plucked them so that my eyebrows didn't look so dark compared to my hair.
What's the point of this video, says Stoney Loney. Well, the point of this video is to talk to people like you, No Sage, OG Lock Baby, and Winston's mom about what they say in the chat.
Oh my god, Ben Folds. I like Ben Folds.
He's all right. He's got a couple of interesting things, but he seems more talented than he produced good stuff.
Probably. It's SI though for me. Like I remember watching VH1 and Brick from Ben Folds 5 coming on, and I'd be like, it takes me back.
I guess I'm not that familiar with that song.
She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly off the coast and I'm heading nowhere. She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly.
Sounds good based on you singing it, but I don't think I've heard it. That's funny, George. No Sage. Slay Girl 03. Hi, Slay Girl 03.
Hey, Slay Girl 03. Thank you. I take the compliment. I do. Thank you, OG Lock Baby. She's Liv's buddy. Slay Girl 03 would be a great AOL Instant Messenger name. I wish I was able to come up with that. My NE. I am live. I am married to Eric, who was just in here. He's making Eggo waffles. Yeah, it's a great name. Slay Girl 03. My any polar, I mean not polar, I'm not any polar. My any ignoring really showed when I came up with my AOL Instant Messenger name. I couldn't think of one.
So what was it?
Oh. It was XX Rachel X. I know. And I didn't even know what that meant.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you got a lot of attention.
Luckily, I didn't, because on AOL Instant Messenger was like basically like whoever was your friend was like so.
Well, at least it wasn't Rachel XXX.
Yeah, that's true. That would have been really bad. And I did this cool thing at the time too, which was make every other letter like a capital letter.
So the X's were capitals.
So one X was a capital, then a baby, then the R was capital, then a baby A, then a capital C. I was very in like 2002. Or maybe 2001.
How old were you? 17?
When I made up that name, I was probably like 15. Yeah, exactly, Acacia. Yeah, Sean. Thank you, No Sage. Yes, you're right. I'm so glad you relate, Acacia. Yes, Slay Girl 03.
Delicious egg waffles. Sometimes called heaven's bread. We live in Mariposa County, California. That's me. You did hear talking heads, but I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around.
I appreciate you sending to OG Lock Baby, but I would say I'm trying my best not to be competing.
That's good.
Other than viewing things as winning or losing.
Because as we saw, Charlie Sheen thought he was winning, and he's definitely not anymore. Bonjour.
I don't want to trigger any death flags, you know?
Right? Neither do I. Just like on Naked and Unafraid, their death flag when they say, "We're in it for the 30 days. You're keeping me here for 30 days, right?"
Yeah. Mariposa, California. No, there's no syrup. I don't like syrup. Does my wife have a twin sister? She does have a sister, but not a twin sister. She has a younger sister.
Whose birthday is today, actually.
Happy birthday, Kat. But I'll be honest. I mean, I got the better sister, so.
Oh, thanks. I've definitely had boyfriends who said that they were into my sister and like grossed me out. I'm not wrong, it's so wrong.
What grossed you out? Well, I'm sorry, OG Lock Baby. We didn't mean to make you feel bad at all. Thanks, Slay Girl 03. Slay YY Girl. A couple of goals. We don't really have a lot of goals. I mean, I do have some long-term goals, but medium-term goals. Got some things in the works, but not a ton of goals really. We have a trip planned coming up in July. In this video. What do you mean in this video? What am I supposed to be? You like naive? Oh, I can't play that. That'll copyright me. Couple goals. Oh yeah, we don't have any couple goals, do we? Like, we're not goal people. Rachel is.
Oh, well, one of the goals is to go on a honeymoon without my mom.
That's true.
That way it could be just our thing.
Yeah. Because, you know, her mom wanted to pay for her honeymoon, but figured she'd. We might as well kill two birds with one stone and have her go to Vegas at the same time we're going to Vegas.
Yeah, the idea was presented like this. Like, I want to visit you, but I don't want to go to Mariposa because it takes 2 planes to get there. So
Hi, Cindy Prim.
There's a direct flight to Vegas. So maybe we can meet in Vegas. I was like, okay, great. And she's like, if you want, we can make that your honeymoon because you still have honeymoon money. And I was like, okay, that sounds good. Like,
yeah, we can just go on different events sometime. Anyway, Rachel has cats, not children.
I have cats, not children, yeah. And my cat trouble makes me feel very guilty.
Yeah, having cats is emotionally challenging enough for Rachel. I don't think she particularly wants to have children.
No, because I know, like, myself, like, I would be, like, I would say no to the kid. You know, I would be, like, the bad cop. sometimes, and I would hate that.
Well, I think you'd be a fine mother, but not everyone want to
Thanks.
have a kid.
I don't know. You gotta say no to kids, right? Well, actually, Keisha, there's this new trend going on. You could YouTube it. It's called gentle parenting. And you don't say no to the child. Like, that's one of the rules. Thanks, Slay Girl 3. Thanks, Carlos Valencia Kana. Trends are always the best way to go. It's like, I know I got it. I got it. like how, like, you gotta say no to your kids sometimes. And then they showed this example of like a millennial parent, and her kid like wanted to go inside, but like that the word would be like, the parent would probably say no. Normally we're staying outside right now, but the kid was like crying, and the kid starts hitting the parent. And like, you can't, if kids are hitting their parents, they're gonna hit other people too. I hate when people tell me don't trip or say less. Huh. It probably has been a trend. You think it has been a trend for a while? Thanks, Ismael Lopez. You too.
And it's making me feel like I never had yeah.
The man with the great machete says at Rachel, so is it practically laissez-faire, anti-authoritarian parenting style, which is nothing new?
Yeah, it's laissez-faire.
It's bad though, because these kids are like causing chaos, like, and they don't respect, they.
Thank you, Winston's mom. I don't think that that's tip. I mean, even if that's more of a problem with millennial parents than say the alternative, I don't think that they're more problematic parents on balance than have historically been in other generations.
Thank you. Because I actually care about that. That's something like when Cameron was teaching still. Like, I asked him, I was like, "How are the kids?" Because I want to know how like millennials are raising their kids, and he was like, "Oh, they're great."
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's. I think the world's gotten increasingly more, or America anyway, has gotten increasingly more civilized as communication increases. Although you can see a lack of civility in the trollings and stuff, you know. But Rachel's not yelling real well. Miss Johnson. Okay, well you keep on praying. If you feel like praying, you pray all you want. No thanks on the food stamps. Slay Girl
Please.
03 says, I'm 14. I am a good, kind child.
That's good, Slay Girl 3. Bullies can stick with a person for a long time, like what bullies do.
Yeah, it's true.
But also, I was not a great friend either. Like, I got bullied for sure. Like, and like no one really stuck up for me. But I wish I stuck up for my friends more.
Who are you talking about, bro? You're talking about Rachel? She had no wrinkles on her at all.
I'm giving you the evil eye now, Raul viewer.
Um, Well, it's true that that people can misuse the term as they can misuse any
Sure,
term.
yeah.
It's like people misuse the term narcissist to describe anybody they want to shit on, you know.
Hmm. And the new the new thing is to be autistic. It used to be bipolar. Now everyone's autistic.
Yeah, wrinkly weenus.
Yes, that is true. I do have wrinkles on my weenus. Thanks, Slay Girl of Three. Sorry, show media. Cool. Glad you did, Slay Girl of Three. She's she's a 14-year-old girl. I bet she could slay you. It's 11:40 here, Justin.
MOA.
Sometimes I'm asleep by now, but I did take Adderall. Hello, Johnny Doe. No, Sout Pout Pot. Sout Pot Pot. I'm not. Thank you, Justin. That's very nice of you to say. Normally, if you want to take the laissez faire route, you have to let them experience the consequences. But it seems like there are no consequences. Like the parents are just kind of like, okay, let's sit down and have a powwow about your feelings, which is not bad. There are. It's good to have a conversation and open dialogue with your child about why they're acting in certain ways. But
Hi, Justin. My wife is so beautiful because she's naturally that way. Explore the Manowar, like 76. Hello, host. Hello, explore with Manowar. Justin, have I ever told you that? Yeah. I ever told you that? We're talking to you, Nicola. You're one famous person we're talking to. We're also talking to Slay Girl 103, the man with the great machete, Winston's mom, show media, Acacia. Quite a few people, actually. This is an unusually well attended live stream. We normally don't get this kind of, you know, traffic around, but it's been a few days since we streamed, so maybe that has something to do with it.
I see. I just I don't think author how do you say the word?
Authoritarian?
Yeah, authoritarian parenting is good either.
Right.
Um,
I'm from Pakistan. Do we know about Pakistan? Yes, we know Pakistan. Pakistan and India are best friends. That's what I know about Pakistan. Like the video of me following. I don't, I don't know what that means. If you want to avoid getting weird requests,
no, zero first. We're from California, United States.
what's upcoming? Oh, we got various things upcoming. Like after tonight and maybe tomorrow during the day, I'll probably still be up some, but then after that, we'll have a few days of hard sleeping, probably. I will. I'm a little behind on on sleep. Do I like California? Yeah, we love where we live, but it's not typical of California where we live necessarily. We live in a very rural county that is a lot of the area all around it is like national forest, or we live right. Yeah, I know that, Explorer. I was joking. I'm aware that you don't get along that well with India. Um, yes, this is a cigarette. Batty, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing fine. I'm doing fine. That's what we both want to be doing is fine. We aspire to better than fine, then we're just setting ourselves up for disappointment. She's right there. No, show media. I don't have a Frank James imitation.
I could do it. He always does that. What are you doing?
All right, thanks, Explore. What are we up to? We're just live streaming. I just started playing poker, but not a whole hell of a lot is what it boils down to. I'm looking at the screen where the
I could do it though because I'm on INFJ.
you could do what? Oh, the imitation.
Imitation of Frank James, yeah.
Yeah. Stay cool and attractive. Okay, I'll tell you that. Show media. Stay cool and attractive. What do I think about San Luis Obispo? San Luis Obispo is a place that you could go if you really wanted to go someplace. That's what I think about it. That's what I'm looking at on the TV. Have you ever read a red light, drunk, and gotten a DUI? No. I've never gotten a DUI. Oh, it's a nice place. It's fine.
It's nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fine place. They have a college there, Cal State San Luis Obispo. Yes, I am playing for real money on the only site in America that you can play for real money, but it's the small amount of money. This is, I think, a
Here,
$20 tournament.
the way that he says it is always like, but for now, stay cool and attractive. You know where he got that from, right? He told a story about that once that he stole it from who was that Scottish talk show host?
I don't know. Oh, I mean the guy. I know the guy who was in AA.
Oh, he was in AA.
That guy, yeah, he was. Craig Ferguson.
Craig Ferguson, yeah, yeah.
Hi, Ruben.
Yeah. He came up with "Stay Cool and Attractive," and Frank James stole it. He liked it, which is very any ignoring.
We didn't consider San Luis Obispo because we were looking for mountains, not ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, St. Louis Obispo, you can feel the like ocean from the Madonna Hotel. And it's not even that close. Like, it is close, but it's not that close. You still feel the air of the sea. We saw Johnny there.
Yeah, we did. AKA K says you have pretty dark eyes. Is that what you mean? The importance of using commas.
Good night, Slade Girl 3.
Yeah, zero fret. Mountains are good for the soul. No. We saw a concert with J A W
John,
N Y.
yeah,
W N Y.
JAWNY.
I'm 54. Rachel's 40. Okay, so that could be a good poll question. I could do that poll. What's best for the soul? The forest. Chicken soup. A hug. What's the last option? Let's see. Wealth.
People associate. What do they say is good for?
Money. The forest, chicken soup, a hug, or money. This isn't a good option.
It does.
Do you watch UFC? Does he still have a belt, John Jones? I'm familiar enough with UFC to know what you're talking about. I don't watch it actively, but I've watched it plenty of times. I used to play the UFC video game when I had a PS3. A hug is correct.
I don't know, things are going fast and dirty.
The forest is splitting the boat from money.
Mm-hmm.
You have a canoe, huh? Do you like to go ocean canoeing? Isn't that called something other than a canoe, though? What's that called? Kayak.
No, I think canoeing is canoeing, kayaking is kayaking. Only because I went kayaking once with my family.
Hmm.
And it's like it's like that, and then there's two like holes for like one person to sit behind another person.
I see.
And
Right.
where a canoe is open.
Open, yeah.
Yeah.
Kayak is the way to go. Kayaking is very different, says Johnny Doe. Hi, sir. I'm using Google as a fake translator and making a deposit. Okay, you go for that. I chose money to have the time to do spiritual things that are good for your soul.
Hey, Rubinar.
Chicken soup didn't. I see you later, Explorer. Chicken soup didn't win, huh? Well, it's losing. Oh. I'm sure I gotta reopen. Gotta reopen my schmopen. Here we go. Now my schmopen has been reopened. For this live chat. And scroll down. There we go. See you later, Harry. You have a good time. Have a great day too. That's amazing.
Just like the name Diddy now makes me just like recoil.
Yeah, he's a horrible guy. Well, I still don't have anything. How did you guys make friends when you moved to Mariposa? Well, we mostly hang out with on the internet with people like we are right now. It took us quite a while to friend the neighbors actually because of reasons, and you know, because the YouTube channel has been a big part of my life for over 10 years, and a big part of Rachel's life for over 5 years. So this is where we get our socialization from mostly. Well, plus having each other as company.
Yeah.
No, we're just doing it for fun. We don't make any money off this. I mean, I make a little bit of money. Like um, last month, I made something like $60 or something because it had to go 2 months before it paid me, which means it took 2 months to go over $100. If I try hard, I could bump that up some if I were to make a lot of long form videos, but mostly we just live stream. And regardless, um, because I feel like American individualism is very strong in small towns like Mariposa. That's true. We don't make much. Yeah, we don't make really any money off YouTube from YouTube. If if I were pushing really hard to make as much money as we could from it, I still wouldn't make enough money to live on. It would still be like $500 a month maybe at max if I really worked hard. So unfortunately, instead of doing the things that are generally more profitable and or result in more viewers in general, which would be long form videos, I tend to do this. Tonight, this is getting a lot of traffic. Hi, leave me be, leave me bay. I'm fine. How are you? Do you invest your money? We have I have an estate that I inherited that we're living off of at the moment, but I am going to need to get a job here at some point. I want to as well. So smaller real muscles are better than fake big muscles. I believe it. WT your video. What kind of jobs there in Mariposa? Well, I'd probably not get a job in the county, but if I were to get a job in the county, I could work at like a motel or I think if the bootjack market started hiring again, I could work at the bootjack market. You could, Johnny Doe. It's uh, it's kind of it's kind of hard to find a rental in the county, monthly rental. You know, so if you're planning on buying a house, then well, you could buy the house down the street. We're selling one right now. Be a tour guide for Yosemite. No, what I'd like to do probably is work at the casino that's down in Madera County. Yeah, well, your selling one is currently 285. It's 3 bedroom, 1 bath, just down the street. Ruben and Acacia have been there.
Oh, Keisha, that would be so fun.
Yeah. The taxes on that house aren't bad. It's like one less than 1%, I think. maybe 1%. It's under $3 grand a year. House prices in America still going up? Ah, I'd say they're pretty much steady. You know, poker tournament is currently on break. They're steady but not reasonable, says Johnny Go. Yeah, in big cities for sure they're not. Store lasagna, huh? I mean, it was frozen. You think it is going down? Housing prices? I mean, in some places, yeah, probably. But I mean, you'd be better off if it doesn't matter where you live. You'd be better off in Central California, up in the mountains, someplace, I think. But or way Northern California, is above the Bay Area. San Luis Obispo is a pretty good place too, though. There's nothing wrong with San Luis Obispo.
No.
Well, the thing is, leave me bay. The federal government doesn't own this house or that house. So other people who are trying to collect on defaulted debt are not going to be able to seize private property of individuals, obviously. So it really, that's not going to be a meaningful impact on housing prices, is it? And it is true that the country has a lot of debt, but the country also owns a lot of debt. So, in other words, yes, the country borrows a lot, but people within the country, anyway, lend a lot. A lot of money is invested in various ways externally outside of the country. Hi, Daniel Long. And the thing to remember also is that the country, which is to say the various people, that's one thing. But the federal government, they have plenty of money every year. They just somehow manage to spend more than $4 trillion a year. I know it's not lit. I'm gonna go outside and smoke it in a little bit. I love to live in a sunny, good weather place at least for 8 months of the year. Oh well, you wouldn't want to live quite as high up as we do because we do get snow, but it's not that much snow. Oh, you're from Chicago, huh?
Aw, Acacia, that's such a nice idea. I can't put that in my head.
It's raining right now. It's been raining every other day for the past 2 weeks. Hmm. Snow is fine for not, but not for more than 2 months. Now, snow doesn't stay on the ground for that long around here. Yeah, I think it's great that the Republicans are opposing it, or some groups of Republicans, anyway. Why are you being so ESTJ with me, bro? Asks Show Media. Yeah, Ruben R. Stop being so ESTJ about things. Gall.
I tried to talk to my ESTJ mom about what I want to wear in Vegas, and she couldn't help but be TE and ask if I have sneakers or a cardigan or a shawl to wear.
Shawl, huh?
She loves shawls. Like anytime I had, like when I went to prom or any Sweet 16, shawl. Ooh, a cardigan shawl. That's very preppy.
You could call it a wrap.
No, I'd like to show her looks. I told her, yes, yes, Acacia, bloomers in a shawl, exactly. Maybe she would be happy if I wore bloomers, honestly.
This is the second time the bloomers has come up today because I am wearing as shorts Rachel's bloomers.
Yeah. I
Burrito cloths.
have this tube top dress that I'm gonna wear for dinner.
Johnny, burrito cloths are called tortillas. Tortillas.
I was thinking I have this dress in color blue. I was thinking about wearing that. I don't know, but it made me feel bad. I was like, oh, my mom doesn't really want to talk. What you gonna wear? Oh my god.
Well, I didn't say that it would not make any impact. I asked you why would we expect to see an impact given the fact that for the past, we've been in debt increasingly since Bill Clinton. The federal government seems to have no problem with ongoing deficit spending. But more significantly, I'm not saying what I expect. I'm saying you need to establish that link, right? If you want to make a claim that there's a linkage between federal government increased debt and housing prices, you'd be going against decades of data telling you the contrary. So, you got to think something.
The other thing that are back that my grandma La Pelosa used to talk about are pantaloons.
Pantaloons.
Yeah. Bloomers and pantaloons are in style.
And what makes something a pantaloon?
I don't know. I could ask ChatGPT.
What, defaulting on the debt? Okay, well, I mean, it is not the case that it's the first time since 1970 that we've run a deficit. If you're saying that there's not a plan in the existing budget to service the interest on the debt, well, I mean, has the U.S. debt rating dropped? No, leave me be. I actually understand economics really well. You obviously don't because you're making these kind of like NI statements. So just, obviously the economy is in a lot of trouble, but it's for the same reason that everybody seems to be getting wise to, as Rachel said earlier, which is the disastrous COVID policies. We're not in a recession, leave me be, okay? Rachel and I are doing just fine.
Like the
So it may be the country is struggling economically or whatever, but me and Rachel aren't. This is the thing I'm trying to get across to you. In not all ways does changes to the national economy impact our financial status. Do you not understand that? So, for example, if you were to try to claim that rent is going to go up as part of the general inflationary crunch that occurred already, and that it could occur more or something, then you'd have to ask us whether or not we are paying rent. This is what I mean by think, right? Yeah, everybody's broke, and we're economically the country's in. We have a lot of people in the country who are struggling, but it's not exactly a seller's market for houses right now. But it's not just gold that's going to go up in uncertain times; it's real property as well. So
Wanna call Zoe tomorrow?
yeah, we call that tomorrow. Well, it's already for sale, even be. We have not this house, but the other house is for sale. And I agree that in precious metals, like you and I are on the same page as that entirely. In fact, we've already discussed the fact that we're going to buy precious metals. I think I might buy more silver rather than gold because I think there's more room at the top on silver. Yeah, it's on Zillow.
Hi, ChatGPT. What is the difference between pantaloons and bloomers?
Hey, great question. Pantaloons and bloomers are both historical types of women's garments, but they have some differences.
My daughter will have to start working before she's able to retire.
Originally worn by men and later adopted by women in the early 19th century. They usually extended to the ankles and can
I
be
mean,
worn under dresses.
like you need to make a determination about
Fitting winter garments
the
or
reality of the individual, right? You're talking to an individual person
they became
with
popular
his
in the
own
70s and
particular
80s
financial reality.
for early women's
You
garments
you're,
or
you're
paisley
asking me
dresses
all this
or
shit like,
sweaters.
you know,
And shorts,
obviously you before you ask those kind of questions, before you make those kind of statements, you find out about the person you're talking to a little bit instead of being such a dumbass. But people like to be dumbasses. Man, typically the people who most strongly are dumbasses most want to be dumbasses. There's more daddy long legs under the house. No name calling? Well, I'm calling the person name because they're obviously like just trying to be provocative. They're not genuinely engaging about any of these topics. I mean, obviously, we have reason to be concerned about the state of affairs economically in the country, but they just hear the shit. So, accordingly, they get shat upon. Are there 3 months here? That's a pretty small amount of months. I want to sell the other house. We own two homes. One of them is we're trying to sell right now. The one we live in, we're not selling. So not having to pay rent is very helpful, and but I think if you were to say, why don't you guys sell your stocks and buy precious metals, I would agree with you, but I'm just not quite that bold to do it. But stocks should be okay. Trump can't be president forever. Hi, Money. How you doing? Wannabes is a better name call. Okay, fine. My bad, Acacia. Thanks for being my supervisor. Thanks for supervising my FI. I don't want to make people feel bad. You know, look, obviously, the country is desperately in need of a sane adult running the country. You know, not an ideologue, not a partisan, not a moderate either, though. Somebody who's correct. Why am I in the dark? Because I just didn't turn on the lights out here. I'm looking in through the window to read the chat, so I don't have my glasses with me yet. To read it on my phone, I'd have to have my glasses on. No, not one more term after this one. This is his last term, fortunately. So he's just gone. Extra, yeah. Are you Italian, half Mexican, or Irish? I'm all of those things and none of them because I'm fluidly transracial. My race is constantly changing. Yeah, that's why the lights are off, really, I guess. I didn't really think about it, but that's why I don't tend to have lights on out here, is because it attracts a lot of bugs. But I also I like it to be dark. I like it to be quiet and dark outside at night. It's one of the wonderful things about living here. Like, I don't hear anything. Where's the sound of fire engines and helicopters and the neighbors? I don't hear a goddamn thing. It depends what time of year and what time of day. Like, right now, if I were to turn these lights on, it would attract a bunch of daddy long legs and moths. But right now it's in the 60s, so there probably aren't any mosquitoes. Just thinking about mosquitoes makes me want to scratch myself. But twasn't. Did I catch your comment about Flow State debating on a respectable sized debate platform? No, I didn't hear anything about it. Good for him. Congratulations to him. Nobody wants to debate me. TX2 lover forever said hi. I don't want to get mommy short arms. That'd be terrible. Against MC Tune is being carried now by some other debate channels such as Owen's Fireside Chat. Mosquitoes be mocking. Topic was chemtrails, huh? No, I didn't watch any Jordan Peterson versus atheist video. If his arguments about religion are any different than mine, then they're wrong. If they're exclusive and different. Hey, Smiths. I was only joking when I said I'd like to bend in the head. Now I know who Joan of Arc, how Joan of Arc felt. Finally, at long last, I know how Joan of Arc felt. Thanks. I feel good today. I feel like more than $5, but less than $1 billion. Somewhere in there. I mean, I don't see him as TI third. I see him as TI fifth, because you're somebody who's TI fifth. They judge the external world against TI standards, but they don't they're not as requirement of that for themselves, you know. So if he were a TE Dom, that would make sense. He's interfacing with TE when he's using it, but he expects other people to use it. Use TI. I mean TI. He's interfacing with TI when he uses it, but he's interfacing with, but he's expecting other people to deliberate with it. I mean, that would, if that were the case, I would guess ENTJ. I've also heard some people say they think maybe ENFJ, but I've always said I think he's an ENTJ. But I don't know. I can never know for sure until I typed him. The thing is, there wouldn't be any debate if I were to debate that topic, right? Because I'd simply say, the problem here is argumentation, that you're not respecting the appropriate jurisdiction of a magical thinking frame. What do you want, Katie? You always thought he was an INFJ. I mean, I don't think so. If you're saying you thought he was an INFJ, then we might as well say we think he's an ENFJ. I agree with what she is saying about the SI, but I think that could be SIH too. But I still think, no, I don't think he's an INFJ. And I don't think he's an INTJ. I think he's ENTJ, but possibly ENFJ. He is rather emotional. But I think that's feasible for FI fourth. You relate very much with how he uses NR. I mean, I'm pretty emotional too, and I'm FI polar, so who knows what that means. Yes, thank you, Rahul viewer. It is peaceful here. It's a pleasant place to be. Every time we were saying this earlier, every time I leave the house, we're always happy to get back home. It's very comfortable here. It's quiet. The house is really well insulated, so it stays at kind of a pretty constant temperature. When it gets hot, we have to turn the air conditioning stuff, but downstairs especially, it stays pretty constant. And obviously our chairs are very comfortable. There's a nice big TV, and most of all, there's like enough room to not feel crowded at any point. Yeah, you got a point there, Ribbon. Emotions are the things that feelings tell the story about. Okay? Do you finally understand? Dear God, at long last, won't you please finally understand? My name's Eric. Ewix Dwaus. Are you Chike girl? You finally get it, says Mag. What do you finally get, Mag? Discovery magazine in the mail? Congratulations. You must be so proud. MAG. Short for magazine. So I'm glad you finally get Discovery. You also get High Points. Highlights. Sorry, highlights. I got that wrong. Acacia was born in a vat full of feelings. Or might express them more easily and maybe more forthcoming in a manner than I, but rarely mine catch you off guard. Fine. You adopted the feelings. I was born in them. Don't you recognize me? No, I don't, Mag. Would you like to give me some clues? Goofus and gallant. Or, as Corey would call them, Goofus and gallant. Like in a boxing match. Yeah, it was in my doctor's office as well. That's interesting. You said gallant as well. I wonder if it's just because it rolls off the tongue easier, Goofus and gallant. Want to know what my favorite tea? Yeah, tell me, what is your favorite tea? Is it iced tea? Does an FI Dom try to have things happen to them so that they can observe how they respond to the thing to classify the feels of the thing? I think probably FISI has some of that going on. Like, they need to experience it SI ways and FI ways. FI and I might do that less. I'm not a Shaw T, okay? Yanli, I'm a tall T. I'm 6'5" almost. Greetings from Baltimore City, Maryland. Hello, Apex Bastard. Greetings from Mariposa, California, home to Yosemite National Park. And me. Do I like the tea dragon? No, I don't know what that is. Lime tea. So I'm still playing this poker here with tournaments that I started. I'm not getting really any cards, but still alive. I'll keep the stream going for the duration of the poker tournament. Then I'll probably wrap it up. Yeah, I'm a daddy long legs. And I have high hip syndrome, which does cause my pants to fall down sometimes. But I'm currently wearing Rachel's Modesty pants as pants underneath these pants. Or as underwear, really. For TI, with the thing being received, be FE artifacts like John Burr, Mary Scooter, Mary O, Steve $5. I mean, the thing is, TI is not a receiving function, it's a getting function. TI asks questions. And it's first and foremost application. It tries, TI, it asks the other person to ascribe set limits to their term so that you can do work with it, you know? So you say, well, what do you mean by mia? Is a TI question. Like, it's what do you mean when you say mia? And then, like, by Tuesday, do you mean this Tuesday or next Tuesday? That's a TI question. It's not fancy. That would be an ideal kind of TI question because you're asking them to articulate something very specific. And the distinction between this Tuesday and next Tuesday is not disputed by anybody. My elbow. My elbow has a first name. It's ELBOW. Bob hit Jim with stick. Jim's now that's more SE, right? Like SISE. Like you did impact on me. I'm gonna impact on you. If rocks meet flint, then fire is a TI way of putting a, a, a TE reality. You know, somebody's already figured out how to make fire. The thing to remember is that TI deals with language and TE deals with the real world, physicalities and stuff, realities. Because 789, Yan. Because 789, that's why. But look, the thing is, an if then statement is conditional, and accordingly, um, you could think of it as TI, but it really depends on how you're using language. You know, if you're losing it to say like, well, you said if mia then mia, and that didn't happen, so you were either wrong or lying. That's a very TI approach to things. I mean, the thing is, money, the reason formal logic exists as it does is because somebody drew the distinction between statement connective and not statement connective. Okay, well, good for you, Rahul Buren. Was it all you hoped it would be? I eat the rest of Rachel's waffle. Thanks, Miss Johnson. What's something you want to state of the world? If you have enough butter, you don't need syrup for a waffle. I never put waffles. I mean, I never put syrup on my waffles. So your condom smells like a milkshake? Well, yeah, you don't necessarily need to share that with us. But too late now, I guess. I mean, I don't think that intuition and acting are more ancient than language in human beings. To imagine that presumes evolution. And we both know we don't want to make that mistake. Humans are a creature that's half language, half communication, you know, so it's just what we are. How do we come to be this way? Don't know. Symbolic representation of things. One can imagine that I'm gonna fold. one can imagine that there's some kind of potential abstract understanding of expectations of that language of some kind, or abstract, or a low resolution symbolic representation of things. Presumably, you could visualize something even if you didn't have language, but it's hard for us to conceive of what it would be like for humans to be something other than humans. Hi, Nikki B. How's it going? I hope you are doing well. I mean, even cognitive functions doesn't have to require that people are born with their function stack. I tend to ascribe to that notion, but you could have cognitive functions be the same thing that they are and have people, you know, become, fall into the habit of attentional management. I think it's like handedness. What's the what's the existing belief on handedness? Is it that people are in the womb already determine what hand they are?
Can I have a book?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
All types need to bootstrap the minimally viable forms of the function in biology, provide the kind of structural head start. Yeah, okay. Chee hoo, mate. Chee hoo to you too, chap. Chee hoo. I bought only for to see, not for to use. Hmm. Wonderful. Goes to one's temperament, nature, being their hardwiring while their character is nurtured and have other programs uploaded. Right. Well, I would say object permanence is proto SI, shape constancy is proto NI, naming things is proto NE, or babbling, you could say, really is proto NE. Is probably a better proto form than naming things. Um, Proto extroverted sensing is pretty straightforward. You try to like knock something over or whatever. And proto TI is just some sort of early baby sense of fairness, like seeing another baby get a candy and you don't get one, and that baby cries or something. Proto FI is just feeling like missing your mom or something. I don't know. Proto FE is that's one way to put it, money. Which brand is famous in the USA? Which condom brand? Trojans. Named after the Trojan horse, presumably. A way to sneak your penis inside of another city. What's the easiest way to test to see the difference between INFJ or ISFJ? Uh, I mean, it's gonna be SI. So you gotta find out if they're conscious SI or not. Somebody who's conscious SI is gonna be able to relate a bunch of details in a story. For example, I went to the store and then at first I went to this aisle and then I went to that aisle, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think so. I think so, money. Proto FE would be something like being responsive to the expressions of others. Like maybe if other people are crying, you don't know why, but you start crying. Proto TE, well, I don't know about Proto TE. Just figuring out something that takes multiple steps. The latter steps contingent on the former for the success of the whole thing. What's interesting is that TE seems to come kind of late to humans in the sense that if, but of course, it's because of the situation, right? But it's like if you teach a bunch of small human children, like maybe 2 or 3 years old, to get this candy out of this box, first you go knock knock, then you turn this thing, then you go woggle woggle, and then you open the lid and you get it out. When you don't really need the knock knock and woggle woggle, right? If humans try to teach chimpanzees how to do that, they'll immediately get rid of the knock knock and woggle woggle because they don't need it. And that's good. But up to a certain age, human babies will keep doing it as they're taught rather than thinking like that's I'd say that's SI money. It's an SISE kind of a thing. You feel pain and you move away from it. But Proto E is like figuring out how to do something, you know? Like figuring out that the square thing goes in the square block. I don't know. Maybe trial and error is not really TE. Proto Baggins is the older brother. Well, I've got 17.6 big blinds. I have won a couple of hands to stay alive, but figuring out how to acquire what you FI. Yeah, true that. Figuring out seems like TE plus some action function to gather clues. Well, I know what I watched Cameron figure out how to replace the blade on a what are those kind of saws called? I forget what the kind of saw is called. Bandsaw? Yeah. To replace the blade on my bandsaw. And what the first thing he did is he looked at it a whole bunch. He just looked at it, went around kind of like examining it from all different angles and presumably figuring something out as he's looking at it. Okay, I see this goes to that thing and this goes to that. And so there is some kind of clue gathering, I agree. But yeah, yeah, I for sure, money, like you can say, well, okay, it could be like this because of this, but it could also be like this because of this. It's like if then is the TI version of conditionality, then because is the TE version of it, I guess. The apparatus he was looking at was probably similar in some ways to previous things he's seen. Yeah, probably. Hi, SB Uni. How you doing? You're back. What's happening with the Airbnb? Nothing. I mean, like if you're talking about the neighbor's Airbnb, we don't have to do anything. We just have to be available in case we have to do something.
Kay says that she's coming over tomorrow at 1 to drop off the keys.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll be able. I mean, I might be awake because I don't know if I'm going to sleep tonight. But
Oh yeah, we are selling. It's on the market right now, Johnny Doe. I could get you. I could show you the Zillow listing. Why do I feel like an OCD compulsion to have to re-clarify something with somebody that I can see isn't all that necessary, but it's in my head and I feel like I have to let it out through re-clarifying it? I guess it depends what you mean by clarifying. If you mean like defining it more clearly because you realized in your earlier lack of definition you weren't saying something that was specific enough, then that would be a TI thing. But if you're worried about being like, I hope you don't think I meant yeah, that's more of an FE thing. Freedom and love are subjective, meaning they are not set in stone terms. What do you think? I mean, I don't think that's the definition of subjective, that things are not set in stone term wise. If one takes a subjective approach towards language, one can reject definitional parsings. But regardless, I do think that love is a term that doesn't mean anything specific. Freedom, on the other hand, is liberty plus resources. Gramps is crashing out. I don't really feel like I'm crashing out at the moment. It's FE more. Well, you know, I feel you on that. It's certainly not uncommon for somebody who's got FE to fret about how the other person interpreted it. Hi, Carletto. You're from Cuba. Welcome to California, America. I hope your Cuban evening is doing well. Early morning. Well, it's probably late morning. I don't know what time zone is Cuba. Probably early morning. Is it like 3 hours? Is it like 4 in the morning?
Cuba's not far from the East Coast, I think, right?
Yeah, so it's probably like 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
3:46 a.m. I think you know the answer to that, young Raul. I live in Los Alamitos, Long Beach, and we live in Mariposa, California. I bought my car in Long Beach. You're from Havana, Arroyo Naranjo. That's the Orange Gully. How can you stop this FE compulsion? Well, you just got to kind of up your game and that you realize there's an FE consequence to re-clarifying all the time as well. So you lose concision and relevance of whatever it is you say to some extent. The more you reiterate. Cafe con leche time. I have some cafe con leche right here. Because it's an expression of feeling kind of jittery, I guess. Well, good for you, Vinny DeRosa. Good for you. I am so happy for you. You got pink eye and an Arby's parking lot. I had pink eye once.
Me too. I don't know how I got it. Do you know how you got it?
I was in. It was during choir when we were going up to San Francisco for choir camp. Okay, there, I'm done. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, A2. Bienvenidos. All right. I think I'm about done with the streaming.
Kitty's got a grasshopper.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Okay. No, it's not so bad.
That's things to bring inside. That's not so bad.
Yeah, it's really not. It's gonna hop again.
Okay.
Let's see.
Do you want to continue streaming or want me to end the stream?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. How do you feel about illegals in this country? Johnny T said, didn't I meet you in AA? It's possible. It's not impossible. But I haven't been to AA in a long time, like 10 years. I no longer drink alcohol. But, I did at one point. So, yes, no?
Yeah, I guess no.
Okay. Did you make me Gays Anonymous? That's an interesting organization. All right, good night, everybody. See y'all later. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.